Well, be safe, dude. So, I think there's some give and take there. Anyway, let's play some Dwarf Fort, because that's why people are here, not for me to educate people about birds. So this fortress was just reclaimed because we ran two adventurers there. One of the adventurers immediately died when we reclaimed the fort of probably infections, but I think it was a combination of infections and hunger because they did kind of get mauled by multiple creatures on the way there. It's a long story. Anyway, the human adventurer that we had made it, so that's good. This fortress is called Umber Bulwark, so I don't think we're going to run any more adventurers today. I need to figure out what the exact plan for the fort is today. Probably just expanding bedrooms because we currently have none, so we need to work on that. We do have like 80 dwarves in the fort, which we're capped at. So I want to get about 200 bedrooms set up, or enough bedrooms for 200 set up so that we can prepare to crank up the population a bit. But before we crank the population up, I want to bring, I don't know, maybe like half dozen more adventurers in. I want more bear people because our bear person died. And I also have some other adventurers that didn't make the trip but exist in like home forts. So we'll have to bring them as well at some point. So, but fortunately, I can just form a party and bring in old adventurers from various locations. So we can do that. So I think that's probably what we're going to do. So American birds learn to be rude and aggressive like the people who live here. Well, what I'm suggesting is almost every Canadian I know thinks that geese are chill and a non-concern. And almost every American I know is like, geese, they murder you in the streets. I think there might be a cultural difference there. Anyway, diving in. Perhaps you've been playing this game wrong? When did I say do everything at once? So there's a couple dead bodies. So when we reclaimed the fort, the dwarves must have explored down a little bit while we were gone, because when I left the fort, only knew about down to here. But if you look up in the top right of the map, all the way up here, there's this. You know what that is? Well, the more knowledgeable of you may. The rest of you may not. That is a downward slope, which leads down to this. So the dwarves, I guess, went exploring while we didn't have the fort claimed when it was currently being hidden. So now we have access to all of this, which is the next cavern layer, as well as this, which is the next cavern layer, as well as this, which is the magma sea, because apparently we are really shallow. Number of Z levels. So dwarves went exploring a lot while we were gone. So this whole map is only like, what? Scroll in, I can see them. 33 Z levels deep? 35? Yeah, so that's kind of neat. It's a super fucking shallow fort. Which I didn't realize when I initially embarked here, but apparently it is really shallow. Which is bonkers considering how close to how close to mountains we are. But the fort itself is still quite humble. We don't have a huge amount going on. We're working on a little moat, as you can see. We did find this very large river, which I'm quite pleased about. We've got some dwarves kind of out in the middle of nowhere, out and about doing whatever. Down here is what's going to become our bedroom layer. We need to work on this a bit. If I go down a little more, this is storage. If I go down a little more, this is, well, don't mind the dead body in the middle there. We'll deal with that. And then down here is, well, this is just kind of like temporary living space for everything. Down here is some upper bedrooms for the office layer, which is down here. And then this is our forge currently. Although I should just fucking move this down to like here because there's lava right there. So I think we're actually gonna set up a new project today, which is gonna be build a lava forge like around here, because I could very easily just make a just set this all up to be a refilling infinite lava forge. So that'll be very helpful. So I think we're gonna probably do that today too. So that's the plan today. Build more bedrooms and build a lava forge. Also, the named dwarves in the fort currently, if I jump over this screen, are Yuma, Lilosan, Free, KD8, Goats, I can't read these because they're too small. Luzerib, Animal, Whitcode, Nox, Last Gunslinger. Who else do we have here? Vinsati, we have Joe, we have Tail Grandmaster, we have Ocean Bug, we have Anonymous, we have Hops, we have Max the Infant, we have a Vampire, don't mind the Vampire, we have, actually, I need to, remove. I was like, uh-oh, hey, the game crashed. That's interesting. Wonder what caused that to happen. It's okay, I literally haven't done anything. I mean, if you want to do everything in panic, that's your call. That is indeed your call. How's that crash? Where'd you go, Vampire? I need to expel you before you eat somebody else. Well, that's interesting. So if I hit the expel button, if I hit E, the game crashes. I wonder what the cause of that is. Bizarre. Okay. So I can't expel you. So what can I do then? Well, we'll need to quarantine that vampire. I've got a plan B, so. But yeah, we've had 2 vampires show up in the fort so far, so we'll have to keep that. Next order of business is quarantine the vampire. We have other Max, we have Wesselhem, we have Wait What, we have Vakar, we have Ineth, who's Piranha Pearl, we have Sideways, we have Sassbot, Silvershe, Rory, Hobo, we have Avenue, and we have Bellinair, who was depressed for a little bit and no longer is, and then Tele in the background. Bit of a question. When you embarked into the new fort, there was a cave in the vicinity. Ooh, along with an Etten. That's not hard. That's hard to do. Just sitting in the northwest corner, and the Etten is neutral. Does it have a role to play as far as migrants are concerned? So you settled on a Lesser Titan's cave, which is actually really difficult to do. So that's kind of awesome. But does it? Yes. Does it matter? Eh. All right, so I'm just going to place a floor hatch here. And we're going to figure out what to do with this vampire. So another thing about the basement is down here in the basement, there is a bunch of ant people. Soldier ant people that are fighting with a bunch of Crundles. Pretty violently, in fact. So that's kind of exciting. But currently we are just working on just getting some space for coffins, because I do have a couple corpses that need to be dealt with. And we also need to jump up to the surface and just do corpses. Let's just go over here. Maybe not right there. Maybe like a little further down here. And just get them out of there. Because there's also like a dead Yeti right here. I'm not sure where that came from. It was just here when I reclaimed this spot, so. Or rather, the Yeti was. It died shortly after. All right, so we need to make sure that this vampire doesn't do anything too spooky. Fortunately, if you do something too spooky, I can just kill you. We also have no booze. We've queued up brew drinks from plants. Is anybody brewing those drinks? Yes, people are. Cool. Cancels eat webbed. Well, hopefully it's for good reason. The other thing, we do have human. Where are you at? All right, there was a human adventurer that I just left here. Not sure whether or not you're neutral as a guest or not. You're just a dancer. I was kind of worried for a second there that when I reclaimed this area... Oh, human swordsman. Is that you? Might be you. Seems like you, considering you dropped coins like right there. We need to allow them to petition for citizenship. So that's something that we need to do. Well, you seem real happy, haven't you? Anyway, we do have a request for a name, so I'm going to pass that off real quick. So Eric Shadowblade is someone who hangs out on the YouTubes a lot. Doesn't make it to the Twitch very frequently, but requested a name. So now is my mechanic, and is annoyed when caught in the rain. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict, but is satisfied learning about beekeeping. You learned about beekeeping? Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and is obsessed with order and structure in his own life. Everything kept in its proper place. He is short and incredibly fat. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean-shaven. His slightly hooked short nose is broad, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is black. His eyes are heliotrope. And he is somewhat scatterbrained and rarely looks on others with lust. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger and perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is often quick to anger and occasionally overindulges. He tends to avoid crowds, and he has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Also, I'm just realizing that I don't think I actually have seasonal saving turned on this fort, and because I don't have because I just had 2 back-to-back crashes and evolving around that vampire, I think we should set this to seasonal saving. Autosave, pause. Yes. Where is the autosave option in D in it? Been a while since I've done this. It's up at the top, isn't it? Oh, wait, duh. There it is. Seasonal, I think is what we want that set to. Save. Now we just have to do a real quick game restart. Also, investments are back up. And if anybody would like a dwarf, just give me a shout. Hey, Infinity. What's up? It's good to see you. But belated is still appreciated. All right, let's just do the quick restart. Open file location. Oop. Considering I had to do a fully fresh reinstall to generate a world with the settings I wanted. Seems sensible. Yeah, Hire Stupid seems sensible. Hey, Clander. How's things? Oh, never mind. That's the the wrong install of the game. Don't mind that. That's a different fort. Does that mean I just turned on seasonal saving in the wrong install? Dwarf fort. I think I did. Nope, I just opened the wrong version. I was like, there's not supposed to be blood all over the floor. I have like 17 installs of Dwarf Fortress at this point. It's kind of a problem. You're very tired? Well, me too. That makes two of us. This seems right. There we go. Now we're back where we're supposed to be. I have a feeling when you accidentally load up the wrong fort for a second there and you're like, why is there dead people everywhere? Oh yeah, also, when we reclaimed this fort, there was sponge men everywhere. I don't know why. I don't know where they came from. I also don't know why they were in my fort, but apparently they were in my fort. So that happened shortly after we reclaimed this fort. So you know that's a bunch of fun. There's also like spider webs everywhere down in here for some reason. So thrilled about all that. The Crundle versus ant people fight seems to be happening constantly. But anyway, so this is our vampire, right? I'm going to make a new squad with no uniform. And the Laborious Meters is the name of it right now. I'm going to jump over here. And I am going to rename this to Vampire! So Vampire is going to become a person who's training. And we are going to put a thing up there. And we are going to find our vampire and follow our vampire for a second. And Anonymous, thanks for the $1. Here's friend. Just make sure you don't do anything sus. Yay, we have drink again. Also, speaking of drink, because my managers are doing absolutely nothing I need them to do. Hey, we need to make a pick. Well, I think I can do that. Can you make those out of silver? I don't think so. I don't have any materials I can make picks out of. May have to melt things to make picks. Alrighty, vampire. Now we just need to wait. Well, actually. Make you go stand up here. And for the 17 cents from Anonymous. Alright, so now we wait for somebody to drop. Winter has arrived. Game is now saving. But we need to wait for somebody to come and drop that statue off, and then we can quarantine this vampire up here. And build on top of him, probably. But for right now, it's a safe spot that we can leave the vampire where he can't be of any problem. What men? We have sponge men. Like SpongeBob. And there are ant people. Soldier ant people in the basement that are fighting with Crundles right now. So those are the two men that we have in the fort. All right, so that gets dropped off, and then I lock this. And then you beware vampire train. So you can now go train there. Vampire. Whoa, never mind. Hold up. Would help if I locked the door. Get back up here, vampire. You didn't just go eat somebody, did you? Certainly hope not. All right, you. Not pet passable forbidden. There you go. Now you can do whatever you want, as long as it's stand here and train. You just fucking climbing out. Little shit. All right, fine. Be that way. You know what? Let's just see if I can deal with you this way. You know what, man? Just go stand in here. It's fine. Just in there. Just gotta walk inside the door. Yeah. Just a few steps over, like few steps up. Just inside. Yep. Let's see if we can work together here. I've just got a project for you, vampire. Currently. We'll see if you are interested in said project. By interested, I mean you have to stand inside of this room. What do you think? Can we do that? No? Okay. So the fun thing is he was behind this wall previously. Let's see if we can put you back in there. Try that. Vampire, you want to go stand in there? No? Yeah, I don't blame you. Problem is... excellent. Man, that vampire disappeared. Where did he go? I guess he just walked away. Frankly, wasn't interested in being here. Slab, 1. Whoops. I needed to get rid of that vampire, and I was just going to expel him. So I needed an alternate option. So we took it. Anyway. How is my bookkeeper's settings? Bad. Okay, let's fix that. I don't need a dungeon master right now. Do need a captain of the guard. Also don't really need a hammerer. Okay, this is like a conflict of interest. This hammerer is married to the mayor. So what, like head of punishments for the military is married to the like management of the fort? This seems like a conflict of interest times 50. Not okay with that. Not okay with that at all. All right, so we're getting a better idea of what we have in the fort currently. Let's jump over to stocks. What do we have for bars? Lead and coal. Okay. So nothing. Nothing. Also, this was our adventurer that we brought here. This little human was our adventurer, who is currently a non-permanent member of the fort. I will hopefully be able to do something a little bit more interesting with this person in future, but currently they're just somebody who lives here and hangs out. So we'll have to make human-sized clothing every so often. But let's get some more of those coffins placed because we know we need them. The law is enforced. Yep, we have indeed enforced the law. Although, I can make a much better way of enforcing the law. Oh, geez. Okay, that's kind of cool. I love it when this happens. So because we reclaimed this, I didn't realize this initially, but this is erupting, which is kind of awesome. It's not erupting on this layer down here, but it is erupting on this layer. I love it when volcanoes do this. So whenever you reclaim and embark, it changes the water layers for liquids, unless they're a river. So any like standing water, like an ocean or a lake or a volcano in this instance, the layer that it's sitting on changes. So it's flooding these caverns very slowly, which is kind of awesome. But we need, because it's trying to be one layer higher than it's supposed to be, basically. So we need to basically dig down to here, and then this can be our lava cistern. And then up here we can dig an area to connect it. So that's something that we need to do. But before we can do that, we need to build a like bedrooms, basically. Also, of course, if anybody would like a dwarf, just let me know, and we can get you dwarfed. All right. So this is going to be bedrooms. There is water just above this, but that's not a huge deal. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should be pretty even. Considering that's about top layer up there. But yeah, we've started this fort. We don't currently have a ton of goals. The one thing I do know is I really want to just kind of play this faction. So something we've already done a little bit of that we're going to do more of is we brought some adventurers over. Not that luck-filled, like we only have the one in the fort right now because the other one died. But we do have some adventurers in the fort, and we're going to continue doing that. So this fort's going to be a lot of like abandoning and reclaiming and abandoning and reclaiming and abandoning and reclaiming and abandoning and reclaiming, etc. So that's kind of the plan for this fort currently, is just to bring in adventurers and just kind of have fun. And as we learn more about this faction, that'll give us the ability to do more with it, because you can only do so much as you have knowledge of your faction. So we do have a lot of learning to do, a lot of lore to find out, and a lot of history to discover. And as that happens, we will be able to do more with this faction as time goes on. Not entirely sure how many this is going to give me, but we're going to just queue them up and see. A quick count. Hopefully be a decent enough number, though. But yeah, thanks for the tips so far, chat. You're very kind. But yeah, plan for today is we're going to do some of this fort, and then we're going to do some long death a little later. Can I maybe fit this in here instead? No, we can. Although I could kind of do a door like that, but... Oh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12... That's 20. This should be enough for what we have so far, and then we can do like 2 more bedroom wings up through the top and up through the bottom. We could actually extend this quite a bit if we did a thing in the middle, but don't know if I want to do that. Got to kind of mimic the other side. I think I'm just going to real quick jump out to here and make bed 200. Because we're going to need those beds. Might as well get them queued up quick. Also, Stone, would you like a dwarf in this fort? Or are you good for right now? So let's do that. Side. May as well. Do you have any preferences? Because we kind of got everything right now. Kind of got everything. A stoneworker? Yeah. Just let me finish designating bedrooms. Because we got a variety of stoneworkers. We got stoneworkers, we got stone crafters. We've got masons. We got a variety. Let's just do a quick one of these. To speed my life up here a little bit. And we just gotta do this side. And then forward. Boom. Done recording. Not as efficient as the other one because I kind of screwed it up, but it's fine. Still saving my fingers. And I screwed that up. All right, so a stoneworker named Stone. There's one. He feels fondness when speaking with an acquaintance. Was afraid after experiencing trauma. We've had some trauma in this fort. A few people have died. 2 vampires, one of which just got turned into a red mist. So, got to work with that. But she is the daughter of Momaz and Reg, and she is romantically involved with Olin Knifequick and a faithful worshiper of everybody, because we have a pantheon of gods that they tend to worship here. So, let's see. You worship Inuel, who's the deity of the Crimson Pulley, which is our faction, who takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with lightning storms and thunder. You also worship Deller Diamond Crest, which is a deity of the Crimson Pulley. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. You also worship Imul, which is a deity of the Crimson Pulley. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with minerals. You also worship Imaz, the defensive deity of the Crimson Pulley, takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with laws. You also worship Alron Evortian, a deity of the Crimson Pulley. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels. You also worship Nokor, the Fountain Clean, the birth of yearlings, which is a deity of the Crimson Pulley, which most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with creation, birth, rebirth, and death. You also worship the Lens of Pregnancies, a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with song and inspiration. You also worship Stool, the Superior Covers, a deity of the Crimson Pulley. Stool most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with victory, war, and fortresses. We also have I have several dwarves that worship like a dozen different items. Like, objects of worship seem to be really common, but it's just kind of nuts, actually. So I need to... So something I want to point out. We had an artifact throne, which was right here. Ah, there it is. We had an artifact throne, apparently 2. One of which was in the captain of the guard's office, which was apparently forcibly removed from the captain of the guard's office. I would like to, I would like to note. That's kind of funny. So let's replace that so I can give him his office back. And that should be assigned to free. Nope. It does have the dining room. He just needs the office. Okay. We might already have a weapon rack. Yep. No butterfly gods, you mean? Yeah, that is true. Also, chat, my stream kind of lives and dies by conversation, and I feel like I've just been talking to Stone for the last 15 minutes, so if anybody has any questions about the fort or what we're trying to do, give me a shout. Oh no, that vampire dwarf has been missing for a week? Strange. All right, have they finished that slab yet? Yep, looks like it has. So we are going to, down to this, I think? Yeah. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to jump over to this. It's been a minute since I've had to do this. There you are. What are we trying to do? Currently, we are building more bedrooms. And once we're done building more bedrooms, we're going to... well, actually, I need more miners. Currently, we're building more bedrooms. And once we're done building more bedrooms, we're going to work on getting a... underground lava forge setup. Oh no, the dwarf disappeared. It's a travesty. Whatever shall we do? But how's Aqua? How was your Monday? Yeah, because apparently this map is like really shallow, which I didn't realize when I initially embarked here, but apparently it's extremely shallow, so maybe this whole world's just really shallow. Kind of neat, I suppose. I mean, currently I've got these forges set up down here, but if lava's like right here, yeah, I mean, I might as well just go down the extra like half dozen Z levels to build a lava forge. Absolutely. I mean, my Monday was also okay, and I definitely didn't play a bunch of, or I definitely didn't just watch a movie all day and go for a long walk instead of being productive, but that's definitely what I did. This is a dwarf I'm trying to fix by putting them in the military. It's not a nice one? What's the not nice question? As long as it's not accusing me of not actually being... like disabled like that other person did earlier, I don't really care. Right, to brew more drink. What is Umber? Why is that not a nice question? Umber, a natural pigment resembling a darker than ochre and normally a dark yellowish brown. It's a color. This is the color Umber. It's also apparently a university. So, but that's, yeah, it's in this instance, it's the color. So we're a Umber bulwark for the $2.75, stupid. Cheers, man. Sometimes you just gotta take that number one spot, you know? Place some stills. It's ugly brown. You're ugly brown. Bleh. All right, let's get some of these fisher dwarves doing something a little bit more useful, like brewing us alcohol. I can't stand that game. That's Valk. I played a little bit of it when it was the hot new shit and absolutely despised it. Also, I'm realizing that my geese are up here. Where are they supposed to? Why are they up here? If you want to get an idea of what I play, there's a link to the YouTube channel. Just scroll down for 10 minutes and you'll get a pretty good example. But generally, it's games you haven't heard of, or Dwarf Fortress, or games like Dwarf Fortress. Usually what I do. Goose. Where did all these fucking puppies come from? I leave this fort alone for like 10 days and there's like 1 billion puppies. Well, it's a pity. These puppies are delicious. But yeah, we play a lot of Dwarf Fortress. I have a soft spot for traditional roguelikes, And if a game is like a game, if there's a game that people are likely to compare to Dwarf Fortress, I will probably play a bunch of that to explain to people why it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Occasionally I will hate play games that I hate just to tell people that they shouldn't buy it, which I did recently with Vampire Survivors. But in general, it's a lot of Dwarf Fort. Trying to figure out how I can safely bring water in here. It's not like it. You mean it's not like Dwarf Fortress? So are you actually asking me if I've played Daggerfall? I mean, I played Daggerfall when I was a child, a very long time. Hey, a rhino, like a very long time ago. But I kind of despise Elder Scrolls games. So I don't really have any interest in going back to it, if that's what you're asking. We'll be back later. Alrighty, Taylor. This can be a tomb. That can be a tomb. Unpause the game for a sec. Worker ants are fighting in the basement still. Yeesh. You're saying it's like Dwarf Fortress in a joking attempt to get me to play it? You would have to pay me a lot of money for me to play an Elder Scrolls franchise game. Elder Scrolls is a series of games that I've learned to really despise. Just because of how much I hated Skyrim. So you'd have to really bark up that tree for a while. Like, I played Morrowind and I played Daggerfall. I played a tiny bit of Oblivion. Almost none of it. I never owned Oblivion. And I played Skyrim. And I hated Skyrim so much that I kind of want to forget that the whole franchise exists. So I think I might forcibly remove my mayor. Because I do not have, or I need a dwarf that likes things that I can produce, because I can't produce what they're asking for. You are a very upset dwarf. Desires little for herself in the way of possessions, doesn't generally think before acting, is stubborn, is open to changing her mind. I had a dwarf that dreamed of attaining a rank in society, and I can't remember who it was. Wait, what? Crafting a masterwork someday. Dreams of mastering a skill. What about last gunslinger? Mastering a skill. Goats. Doesn't dream about anything. Okay. You ate too many Skittles for breakfast? Why are you eating Skittles for breakfast? Just asking. Subverting democracy? Oh, you bet. Tele. Also just turned on mining on you accidentally. Turned it off. I mean, free dreams of creating a great work of art. Okay. Dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Rarely jealous and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and can handle stress. You know what? Let's make Joe my mayor. Let's actually hold on. What do you like? Let's confirm that. It's mudstone, iron, rope reed, millstones, and I don't feel like making millstones nor ballista arrows. How about stone? What do you like? You like creepy crawler leather, cowhoof, reindeer for their large herds. Need something that I can reasonably make. Goblets. You do goblets. I think Tele might be my mayor. Yeah, Tele, you're getting mayored. Have to find ya. Because I don't know what the heck these dwarves have been up to while I've been gone, so. Nothing of note, or nothing positive, I could tell you that much. So, Tele gets that. Tele gets that. And Tele gets that. Excellent. That goes to free. Cool. So now you just need an office. It should be ready. Yep, it is. Free gets that. And free gets that. All right, Captain of the Guard should be set up. You just need you need one armor stand, a chest, and a cabinet. And there he goes. Done. Looking at the colors to see Pantone 448, the famous ugliest color in the world, is specifically conjured up to use. Makes cigarette packaging in Australia. Really? This looks like the color that my grandma painted one of her basement rooms. I've definitely seen that color before. Pantone 448C. Huh. Interesting. Also, crimes are being reported. Well, that's good. I wonder what crimes are being reported. Maybe old witnesses from the murders that we got a while ago? They're placing items in tomb, which is good. Aw, my poor bear adventurer. Very heavy for poor Whitcone. It's like baby poo green. That's not the color I've ever seen of baby poo, but I've only ever had to change one diaper in my life, and I don't intend to ever do that again, so. All right. Looks like we should be okay. Should also be able to place this probably up on the surface somewhere. I'm going to I want to build a little graveyard above ground because I think that would be fun, but I'm gonna have to move these. So you know what, we'll just put them back here. There you go. Stick that slab up there. Slab it in the ground. Should be good. All right, excellent. How are we doing on booze? Terrible. All right, let's got a couple more brewers in here. No, Vin said specifically that they wanted to be a hunter, so we'll let them stay on that gig. You can have brewing, spinning, and cooking. You also have brewing. All right, so I do have plenty of people set as brewers. I think it's just like we need to be brewing more. Also, like, we have more fish than I realistically know what to do with. Considering, like, one fisher dwarf could probably feed this whole fort. Like, it's actually kind of ridiculous how overpowered fishing is in this game. It's like you can feed a whole fort with 2 dedicated fisher dwarves that are good at their job. You can handle stress, eh? Inattentive to detail in your own work, you can handle stress, and And he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Likes games too. They keep things practical. 72 years old and quite durable and agile. How does the military sound to you, friend? How does the military sound to you? There are also bins everywhere, which I definitely didn't build myself. All right, let's dump all these. The fact that they invented a color specifically to be gross looking, I think is like actually kind of fascinating. Like I had no idea about that. But I completely believe it. Like it makes perfect sense. Right, so I am setting up our moat real quick. Yep, that should work. We're going to do the same over here too. This side will be easier because it's already to the end. This side's a little bit more trickier. Although there is one other thing I'd like to do with this moat before I hook it all up, which is give us a quick overhang. So also, I'm going to note that I'm going to start demanding tribute in a minute in this fort with my military. Do not feel the need, Stone, to track it. I'm just gonna say that you don't need to do that for more than one fort. Let's make the packaging as unappealing as possible. Yeah, I mean theoretically it should be a pretty sound plan if you think about it. All right, I actually unbuilt this in the wrong spot. I can assure you I wasn't gonna offer. All right, I'm just gonna say like, do not feel compelled. You don't need to. Long death is more than enough paperwork for use. You set up fishing spots and none of your dwarves ever fish? Do you have them set as fisher dwarves? I'm assuming you have the job set as fisher dwarves, right? The ants are still fighting. There's like the great ant wars going on in the basement between all of the, like, look at this, like, okay, just look at all of these animal people in the basement. We got Olm people, we got serpent people, not to be confused with Olm people, and then we got ant people. And they're all just kind of fighting and also, like, ganging up and beating the crap out of the pond grabbers and the crundles. It's just kind of nonstop. So I think, like, I know now what we need to make as adventurers. We need Olm people and serpent people. Because there are so many in the basement that we need to just bring more. And some innocent cave blobs. Yeah, well, they're just chilling. The cave blobs, they just hanging out. Don't mind the cave blobs. They just chilling. The first time there is a forgotten beast in there, it's going to be a slaughterhouse. Like, there's no dancing around that. It is going to be an absolute slaughterhouse. Oh, also, we do have, of course, have some house cats. Cool. You seem to like learning about fighting. Well, that's good. How about you? Frustrated after being unable to pray for too long. I mean, it's toxic, is it not? I don't generally go after cave blobs. I just kind of let them be. I just kind of let them be. They're one of those things that... Oh, shit. Did they change my orders? Ah, yes, they did. That makes a lot more sense. It's like, why are they not dumping stuff? Because they unembark and re-embark. Changed the rules of the fort. Right, so before I finalize that there, we need them to finish digging, so. Causes mild pain and blistering, so it's like stinging nettles? Really? I didn't actually know that. I know I've had people hunting them before, but I've never gone after them myself. Blob blisters? So what, are you telling me that cave blobs are just a giant blister? Because that seems kind of rude to cave blob kind. I'm sure there are fine people. Is it possible to have a cave blob person? I don't actually know. Blob that makes fluid and makes blisters? Hmm. So in regards to like a little bit more general Dwarf Fortress things, because the last update covered quite a large change, I'm actually really excited for the Future of the Fortress post that should go up at some point today, which I get to start editing immediately. But really excited to see what Tarn has to say that he's been working on. Real excited about that. Because that is, like, I want to know if Legends is just done for Dwarf Fortress Premium, because it might be. It very well could be. Well, that's why they're not doing this first. I thought I upped the priority on this, but I suppose not. I thought the Ditto was purple. Like, me and Stone went to that spot immediately. It's like, I thought Dittos are purple. They're not orange. Not an orange blob of fluid. They're definitely purple. At least from my experience, they're purple. Not that I pretend to know anything about how the Pokemons work. Because I do know nothing about how the Pokemons work. Alright, so we got some rope reeds grown, meaning I need to process some plants, I think. I was gonna say Dottie? Wasn't like Dottie Styles? Still doesn't change the fact that we're talking about cave blobs, which are I'm pretty sure are an orange sack of fluid that just exists, that does nothing else. It just sits in the basement and waits to dissolve things. But yeah, the news I'm hoping to hear is that is Tarn saying, "Oh yeah, it's done." Legends mode is just done. That's the news I'm really hoping to hear. From the Future of the Fortress stuff. Super keen to hear that. Game's lighting makes it look more purple. Well, I mean, they're still not orange, though, which is the basis of the whole disagreement here. There you go. Remove that. Remove that. And then you can run around to the other side. All right. Time to fill our moat. Time to fill our moat. Also, things in the moat? Nah. It's ridiculous. We very much cleaned it out. All right. Go down here. Adding in a tag that lets them jump seems very dangerous. I'm gonna throw that out there. Seems very dangerous. All right, well, now that we've got that flooding in, we can place these slate blocks here. we got this one up here, also getting opened. I was hoping you'd just immediately turn around and grab a second one. But there goes our moat. So we now have a moat. Not only do we now have a moat, but we have a moat with an overhang. Actually real good. Very simple moat, but still a moat. Also have 2 dogs that are very, 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 very sad. Just gonna slaughter them. I get so sad just like watching dogs just like stumble around injured for years on end. So it's like, well, if they're strays and they're nobody's pets, we're just gonna slaughter them. Put them out of their goddamn misery. They deserve that much. You know, I have a feeling that if you made a jumping cave blob, wouldn't they just like rupture and explode? As they came back down? Like if they just like pricked themselves on the way back down, wouldn't they just pop like a balloon? Fortification? Fortify what? Like, what did I not use a fortification on? Kind of functioning motor. Let the water into the moat? Why would I use a fortification to let the water into the moat? What does that change exactly? Like, we're going from outdoor to outdoor, and I'm channeling it from above. There is literally no risk whatsoever. And there's nowhere for the water to go. Putting a fortification in there is not, like, going to change, like, the risk as to whether or not something's going to swim underneath. Oh, just wondering if you could? Well, so here's the thing. Are you wondering if I can, or are you asking why I didn't? Because your question was, why, or is there a reason why you didn't fortification? Like, is it a bad idea? So are you asking if you can? Because, like, you're asking with a statement that assumes that I already know the answer. So are you asking me if you can do something, or are you asking me if you should do something? Because in this instance, it's pointless. Remains to dump all these goddamn lungfish. Anything that's available needs to be dumped. There we go. But yes, you can flow water through fortifications. There are some instances where it's a good idea and some instances where it's irrelevant. This one, it would be completely irrelevant. If I wanted to be more careful, I would have made a... Okay, well, you asked it from... You worded it in such a way that it sounded like you already knew whether or not you could, and you were asking why I didn't, which is kind of a big question mark for me. It's like, wait, so what are you asking me here? If you already know the answer, then yeah, it's just pretty simple. Right, so I can't export goblets with Tele as our mayor, which is fine. I wonder how Tele likes the job. Delighted after watching performance, interested with talking, annoyed near rain, wonder after, exhilarated after performing. All right, so basically just a bard is our mayor, which, you know, that really checks out. I like having the bard as the mayor. Okay, let's check that on the bedrooms layer. How's that doing? Well, let's get all this stuff smoothing as they work on this side. No, it's all good. It's just I wanted to clarify what the question was. But yeah, I think that the main reason to let water or lava flow through a fortification into an area is to stop things from swimming in. So like forgotten beasts, let's say magma min, monsters that or sharks or something or whatever is in the water. In this instance, there's nothing scary in the water, so we don't need to stop anything. However, keep in mind if it is completely submerged, so if that layer is 7x7 full of water, then things can swim through your fortifications. So, for example, if you have 7x7 or 7 out of 7 water depth on a tile, then a Forgotten Beast could swim through your fortification. If you are a dwarf on the same level as the fortification and you mine out next to the fortification that's already there, they'll still get like hit by water. We were doing it from above, so that's like the main cause for concern of danger there, like completely negated, so no one's going to drown while we're doing it. Are we building the fort from Umber stone? Unfortunately not. We don't have any Umber-ish colors around. We do, however, we are, however, building things out of a lot of gneiss, which, looks like this. Which kind of has that sort of a sheen to it sometimes. But it's a pretty nice looking stone, not gonna lie. Thank you, internet. Anyway, it's glad that that was one of the first things that popped up. So yeah, that's what a lot of the fort's made out of. The rest of it is made out of slate. Slate, of course, pretty popular in tiles. I actually quite like slate. I think it looks cool. Makes for good skipping stones. I have to be careful whenever I go looking up different rocks and gems and stuff for Dwarf Fortress, because there's undoubtedly going to be things shaped into the shape of dildos made out of that material if you scroll down far enough on Google Images, so I always have to be kind of careful, but yeah. Dwarves are indeed pretty strong. Don't feel like digging that way. Gonna get canceled too much. I don't know. I don't use Bing. But probably. Bing tends to generally be better at finding porn than literally anything else, so. It's the only instance of I wasn't even looking for porn, but I still found porn. But no, I mean, if it was Bing, then it would be like live action hardcore pornography with the item in question. Google just gives you an image of a said item. Still not something I should be doing on stream, though. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. Actually, I suddenly have an idea on how I'm going to do this. Yeah, I know exactly how we're going to do this. But we're going to get these bedrooms done first. What we're going to do is we're going to do 2 lines of bedrooms underneath this thing with stairs down into them. Do you have clocks everywhere? Or sundials? You should just make the fortress into a giant sundial. And I have hiccups. Help. All right, let's check on our cloth supplies. 112 cloth. Looks like we got a decent amount of spider silk cloth, which actually is pretty good. Are they still spinning thread here? Let's process some more plants. Fun fact, the dwarves can name the player. Little known fact about Dwarf Fort. The player is a represented entity in the world that the dwarves can name. So I crushed a vampire here, right? Not too long ago. The beauty of that is if I go look that up in Legends, it'll say crushed by entity, which would be the entity that is me. What? Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Not always man in red. It can be Armok, but it's not always. But Armok can have many names. Debating on pulling this dwarf out of the military. Right, so I want to build more of a kind of a farming spot right here. Kind of don't want these nest boxes here. Kind of actually want the geese to be in a smaller zone that's like right down here maybe. So let's move this pen pasture, or my geese, and my duck, to right there. Do I have anything else that needs to be pastured? I don't think so. Geese don't even need to be pastured, but I'm pasturing them. I'm gonna place some more nest boxes right here. Well, everything can, like, Dwarf Fortress, you can rename anything, or you can choose to just have things named for you and just never name anything yourself. Both, I think, are kind of fun ways of playing. So this is going to be kind of a farming room. I'm going to go grab more slate. We'll do more wooden floors. That up there is my farmer's guild. This is going to be a little room filled with farmers' workshops and such. And then I can kill all those farmers' workshops down on the bottom. Via the files? You can rename almost anything in game, with the exception of pets. But there are ways of renaming pets if you want. Because dwarves name their pets. You don't get to name the dwarves' pets. That's the dwarf's job. But naming a thing? I mean, like, you can name any... You don't need to go into files to name a dwarf. Like, what are you asking? You just ordered I mean, whoopsie daisy. No. All right, let's knock out that and that. Let's get slate. Slate. slate, and finally slate. Dwarves and stockpiles? Here's an example. So this is a nice weapon rack, right? Cupcakes. It's now a nice weapon rack named Cupcakes. Technically, that's just notes. But you can rename anything by hitting Control N. You could name a table. You could name a stockpile. Same way. You can name a statue. You could name a workshop. You could name a farm plot. You could name a nest box. Dwarf fort. Name anything. Some names are more functional than others. Yeah, exactly. There ain't much use, but you can do it. Don't need to do it, but you can. Rory, thanks for those. I have a stretch that needs stretching. There you go. That's better. Yeah. I mean, name everything within reason. Or without reason. It's up to you. The world's your oyster. Dwarf Fortress. Let's drop that down. Let's do that. Let's do that. And that. Wood floors. These two buildings are going to have basements too, and they're going to be connected. I think that's where we're going to put the majority of our seeds. Currently, seed stockpiles up here, but... All right, so... Since there's nobody in that squad right now, they don't have orders set. I think we are going to jump over to this screen real quick. Find somewhere that we can go explore. Let's just poke around a little bit. Oh, is everything completely inaccessible? If everything is completely inaccessible, there ain't actually that much I can do from here. Welp. I guess we get to primarily be a underground fort then. I thought that because I could access it with an adventurer, I could still send stuff out. This is actually new to me. Then how on earth does my mountain home get over here? Yeah, even my my mountain home is inaccessible to me. That's interesting. I was assuming we could just go after these guys from here. That kind of sucks. That is something I've literally never encountered before. We need to figure out what we're going to do then. I guess this fort's just going to become us versus monsters forts. Actually, I wonder if I have a way. I wonder if there's anything on this screen that's us. Whoop, there's one. One of my own artifacts was lost. That's funny. They go via the caverns and then come up to the surface? Yeah, but you'd think that then I would be able to do that in reverse, but... Let's try and recover my own artifact. I'm really curious about where they go. All right, good luck, boys. So I'm missing an artifact. An artifact went missing in the time that I've been playing this fort. Gosh darn knows where it went. One's horrified? Of what exactly? Oh, seeing a sponge man die. Reliving seeing a sponge man die. Well, I too would be horrified if I saw SpongeBob die. I mean, this isn't supposed to be the only fort we're gonna do in this world, so this is just kind of meant to be a location that I can travel between, which is fine as that, but I guess we are gonna need to make a fort further up here then, if we do want to go after that, which is fine. We can spend. Whoopsies! What was that? They're back already? That was quick. Hold on, I missed it because we're in spring now. But because this fort is so secluded, and the fact that I can't even send my military out, I guess that means that we are locked to keeping this as like a checkpoint, which is fine. We'll just need to expand outwards if I want to actually complete any of my goals, which is totally fine considering that's how I wanted to play this world anyway. I was just kind of hoping that we could do a little bit more from here. That's really funny. They didn't even leave. They walked to the edge of the map and then walked back. That's really funny. All right. And they found nothing. I like that our general's job is being a drunk. So the only accessible thing that we can go after is yeah, I've had some people. I've like Tarn's talked about stuff like that a couple of times on DF Talks and other things in the past, but it's been a long time since he's really said much on the subject. All right, so I guess we get to focus on fighting forgotten beasts in this fort, which we can do. We could also like go after hell, considering it's so shallow. Like, have I found any adamantine spires down here? There's one. Yeah, we could go after hell. Be some fun shenanigans there. But you know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of disappointed because I should have checked that earlier. Like I knew that this spot was secluded, but I didn't realize it was that secluded. Considering I do have neighbors, these guys are my neighbors. This tower is not in range of me, obviously. But we're capable of getting migrants. Like I've gotten migrants every spring up until my cap. No, we can't attack other dwarven civilizations. Oh, what, you mean like, to claim independence? Sure, but like, that just kills the whole civilization. Sorry, there's multiple conversations in chat currently. But yeah, I guess that this particular fortress, because I just want to play this faction more than anything, this particular fortress isn't going to be the main state of play for very long. Maybe we'll keep this fortress up for like the next week, and we'll just kind of use it to get to know the world a little bit. Oh, another thing I can do, because we're not going to get any real excitement here. Another thing that I can do, I can just go to locations, go to our tavern. All visitors welcome. See who shows up. Curious about the kinds of visitors we get. That's another way to, like, make our place known on the world. There's a few ways to get the address of neighbors, and that's one of them. Considering how many fucking vampires we've run into already. I have a feeling there will be excitement in this fort. Just as a weird, secluded place in the mountains. We'll see what we can run into. Yetimen? I mean, there's a whole army in my basement. Combined forces of serpent men, ant men, and Ulm people. There is a rather tough force. We've also been assaulted by bear people, and multiple giant animals. So, yeah, that's like even if like diplomacy is locked until you have a king in your fort, Tekid, which is a comment I've seen from a few people. It's like, just lock diplomacy until you have a king. I completely agree with that. I think that is a perfectly legitimate way of going about managing diplomacy in Dwarf Fort. Just lock those features until we have a king in your fort. Done. Seems logical to me, anyway. Like, obviously, you'd need some format of royalty. It would give people a reason to want to have royalty in their fort. Or maybe give you, like, some of those features when you have a baron, and then the rest of them when you have a king or a queen. But Tarn's talked about better diplomacy a few times, and it was one of those things that was kind of supposed to come in, but has been perpetually delayed due to premium versions. So I know there are some people like Clinodev who think that they should get, or that should get priority over other things before the premium versions release, because I think the current state of the game would leave people with a negative taste based on the way diplomacy lacks currently. But, you know, what can you do? We do seem to be getting some guests, though. I'm sorry, what? So there's a lady up here who's hostile? I'm confused. Why are you hostile? There's a hostile swords dwarf down here, too? Eh? They're just hanging out on the map? Anyone know what's up with this? When blockade furs. Huh. What are you doing there? And why are you hostile? Just see what happens. mean, allegedly they're hostile. I mean, I could just be like, go kill this person. You're not set as a guest, but you're also like not just attacking me on sight. It's almost like there's a bunch of diplomats that showed up, but something caused them to go to war with us. Huh. Arrest her? I kind of can't. Because I need a crime to be active in order to arrest somebody. Not how the game works, unfortunately. Hey, Jay Barry, what's up? Been a minute. Not a whole lot. I mean, comes with the territory of the current year. We'll do this side after what that side's done. Recently got back into Destiny 2 when you got Final Fantasy, when they started to sell that game again. Speaking of Destiny, Bungie getting bought by Sony? Bungie's such a weird studio. They got bought by Microsoft, and then they struggled for ages and got away from Microsoft without the Halo IP. And then they immediately signed a deal with Activision. And then they screamed and got away from that eventually. And now they're getting bought by Sony. Yeah, that was announced yesterday. $3.8 billion, I think. Yeah, 23 hours ago. Sony PlayStation buys Bungie game studio with Xbox ties. Yeah. 3.6 billion. Yeah, just 3.6 billion. About what, only slightly more than what Microsoft paid for Minecraft. So that's weird. Yeah, it is. Everything's a live service game. Dwarf Fortress is a live service game. Especially the way Microsoft rebuilt Minecraft. Very much a live service. Hey, Sliff. Or Sylv. Hope things are good. Yeah, and the one guy that I know from that region who played that game is just like, and why would I go play on a server that doesn't have any of my friends on it? Like, I see that as completely irrelevant. I don't know. I don't play MMOs, so. For me, news about that Final Fantasy MMO is about the equivalent of like, oh, another game I don't play. So, doesn't really matter to me. Kind of irrelevant. Then make a bunch of beds claimable. so that dwarves, citizens, and the like can go get beds. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to find a game that I care less about. Actually, maybe Overwatch. I would say I care less about Overwatch than that, but like the peak of everything I don't care about. Yeah, nobody that I know or nobody that I've heard would want to move. Nobody that I used to play MMOs with would want to move to another server for better ping just because they wouldn't be able to play with their friends anymore. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a good solution to me. But I also don't play MMOs. And that's part of the reason I don't play MMOs. It's because people always just feel left out with them. All right, so dwarves can start claiming beds now, which is what we want. And then they can go smooth that side. And we can slowly start distributing out furniture. Rock door. I'm gonna have some work for my stone workers for a bit. They've got a lot to do. A whole lot to do. I would say I care more about DDR than Overwatch, and I don't care about DDR. But the reason I would say that I care more about DDR than Overwatch is I have some friend, or used to have some friends, I don't have friends anymore and haven't had friends for a really long time, who used to play DDR a whole lot. It was fun to watch them play. As for actually playing myself, yeah, no, I'm fine to agree at that point. Ooh, I just got a message from Freehold Games. Patreon stuff. Neat. Hey, Cyrolac. How's things? Did they cancel that job because a dwarf is standing on it? I think they did. Most things in AAA space for me are borderline irrelevant. It's like if it's not a game that I ever plan to play, it very quickly just kind of falls into irrelevant, don't care about. Not necessarily like, oh, it's an issue or something. It's just like, I slept for 36 hours. That doesn't seem healthy. Yeah, are you okay? Yeah, that's the actual response. I know that you were staying home from work because you were feeling ill. Or your boss told you to stay home from work, but... Uh-oh, I got a petition. Zuglar Post Night. Stay here for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Yes, but whom? Spear Dwarf. Sure, I'll take a spear. Spear Dwarf? Approve. Still, like, mildly perplexed by these humans just outside. That are supposedly hostile. Supposedly. I may or may not have an answer, depending on the question, Kravicus. Arrgh. The Forgotten Beast. Baro Ook has come. An enormous humanoid composed of coke. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous gas. What layer is this? Oh, it's pretty far down, actually. Well, it's in the layer that's getting slowly flooded by lava. It has wings, meaning it could probably fly up to the layer that we're on. Yep. We think they have wings. This one actually has wings. Also, coke meaning the type of stone. Not the drug nor the beverage. And it's slaughtering all of the ant people. Just like I suspected. Brutally slaughtering all of the ant people. Forgotten Beast punches the Ant Queen Blowgunner in the second right hand with its right hand, and the injured part collapses. Yep. It's brutally just beating the shit out of all these ant people. That's the most flammable Forgotten Beast you've ever seen. Yep. Very flammable beastie. And it's flying towards... That's an Olm. Oh no, it's a Blind Cave Ogre. Blind Cave Ogre actually, like, held up its own. It took some, like, damage. Damn. Still fighting with it. Blind Cave Ogre attacks the beast, but it scrambles away. The Forgotten Beast grabs the Blind Cave Ogre by the nose with its right upper arm and releases the grip. It pinched its nose. Why would I have thoughts on the meme trash that you post? They're memes. I have no issue. Unless you posted one since I started streaming. I like the rate at which you're posting them. I can actually keep up with them. Blind Cave Ogre punches the Forgotten Beast in the foot, fracturing it. Damn. There's a lot of blood on the ground, but there's another Blind Cave Ogre. All right, so Forgotten Beast is pretty injured. And it's going after the other Blind Cave Ogre, which is there. And looks like the Blind Cave Ogre just got on top of it. Blind Cave Ogre, the Forgotten Beast breaks the grip. Okay. The Blind Cave Ogre, the Forgotten Beast grabs the Blind Cave Ogre over the lower body. Blind Cave Ogre bites the Forgotten Beast in the lower leg, fracturing it. Yeah, he's just biting him. Come on, man. Go Cave Ogres. Meanwhile, the fire is just burning closer. Look at that. It's actually kind of badass. Forgotten Beast managed to kill all three of the Cave Ogres after sustaining some pretty heavy injuries. Well, we could let it into the basement pretty easily. What, just pinching the Blind Cave Ogre's nose? Or is just like the fire coming towards it while the Forgotten Beast is enraged? Oh my god. Remember how you said that's very flammable? Well, guess who's on fire? So, came around a corner, right? There's a magma crab just chilling, right? Magma crab pushes the Forgotten Beast in the right wing, but the attack glances away. The Forgotten Beast attacks the magma crab, but she jumps away. The Forgotten Beast punches the magma crab in the body, and the injured part collapses. The Forgotten Beast breathes a cloud of the Forgotten Beast's forgotten extract, and the Forgotten Beast is caught in that cloud. And then, but the page prior, before the Forgotten Beast punched it and it collapsed, I think there was actually, yeah, right here. The Forgotten Beast punches the Blind Cave Ogre. Okay, so before he was able to attack the crab, the flying magma strikes the Forgotten Beast in the right wing. Then he punched it, it exploded. So, got hit by flying magma, spat by the crab, then punched the crab, crab died, and so now he on fire. Considering he's made out of coke, which is literally like fuel, like combustible fuel that you would use to like in a coke oven to like melt metal, he's on fire. Still on fire. Not dead, just on fire. To be clear, not dead, just on fire. Exploding. Very hot. Just on fire. Pretty sure not dead. Yep, still not dead. Burning, which means this thing is now just 10,000 times scarier than was previously. I think this is how Forgotten Beasts made of flame are born. They're just actually made of coke, and then they catch fire. Yeah, literally a flaming coke monster. Uh-huh. Panic basket, accurate. Well, fuck. Oh, nope, never mind. No longer alive. Now dead. He is now coal. There's no water close by here, but I wonder if we could actually use him to make some, like, to, like, put him in the oven. I guess he finally burned up entirely. Covered in basalt. Not a corpse, just some smoking coal. All right, well, we didn't have to fight with the coke monster. It's still combusting currently, and I got bigger concerns, but yeah, kind of neat. Coal can't be used in artifacts unless it's a, like a metal artifact, but then, like, it's still not credited on the artifact. That's not the strangest thing you've seen in this game thus far. I've seen some pretty strange things in DF. Forgotten Beast Bones, on the other hand, great for artifacts. Mangled Dust? Huh. Okay. Not sure how you mangle dust, but... actually... mine was, Dwarf was very sad because their wife had died in battle, and then upon reading that Dwarf's description, who was also very injured in battle, their heart was mangled. That's probably the strangest thing I've ever seen at Dwarf Fortress. So this dwarf was very depressed about their wife dying in battle, and their heart was mangled beyond recognition. That was probably one of the weirder things, because it's like, how are you not dead? Is the genuine thought there. How in the world are you not dead? Anyway, we were worried about this fort maybe being boring. Nope. The Hill Titan, Dissimdiri Uled Ib, has come. A gigantic feathered rhinoceros beetle. It has a square shell and it moves deliberately. Beware, its poisonous bite. So this is good because it moves deliberately, and it has and it's not airborne, and it doesn't seem to be super scary. So I'm just gonna send the military to go get him. Doesn't seem to mind water though. All right, so let's see who's in the front for the military. We got Asmil, aka Sassbot, who is running at the charge, heading up the charge, seems to get the first hit in. the Titan missed the Hammerlord, and the Hammerlord bashes the Hill Titan in the left leg with her silver warhammer, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. And it's dead. I figured that wouldn't last long. Kind of looks like I charged at the Hammerlord once, but jumped away. Nobody got bit. The Hill Titan got knocked over after a Hammerlord punches the Hill Titan in the right second foot with her left hand, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle, and the force pulls the right second leg. Then the Hammerlord punches the Hill Titan in the thorax with his left hand, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The Hammerlord then bashes the Hill Titan in the right first foot with his silver warhammer, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. And of course, then the killing blow came from the Hammerlord punching the Hill Titan in the head with his left hand, tearing the fat, bruising the muscle, and bruising the brain. And now let's see if we can butcher it. I'm just going to place a butcher shop right next to it. Might actually be close enough. Already a task on him. Oh, sweet. They're already butchering it. Perfect. Delicious. All right, so currently we have 663 meat. Let's see how much we have afterwards. Chat, you know how some people are like grossed out by eating bugs? What about very large bugs? Mangled figuratively? Missing his dead wife? No, so the worst possible condition an organ or body part can be in Dwarf Fortress while still functioning is mangled beyond recognition. So a hand could be mangled beyond recognition, meaning like you still have a hand, but it's more of like a stub and like all of your fingers are ripped off and you have a hole in the middle of it. That would be mangled beyond recognition. But the hand's still there. So a heart being mangled beyond recognition is like it got stabbed 15 times, but the heart's still there, which by Dwarf Fortress logics means still functioning. It's real funny when like you see somebody whose brain is mangled beyond recognition and stuff like that. All right, so that's like 300 meat. That is a lot of meat. Well, we are going to be feasting on Forgotten Beast bits for the next long while. I learned about striking. It is interesting. I'm glad you think it is interesting. Who got the kill? That's what I want to know. This dwarf... Oh, this is the dwarf I was thinking of, Stone, which I wanted to show you. I don't know. I'm assuming Stone is watching still. But look at this dwarf. So this dwarf not only worships a pantheon of gods, but also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 objects of worship. I think this might be the most gods I've ever seen an individual dwarf worshipping. Also, they have a master who's... That is the most gods I've ever seen a single dwarf worshipping. They worship every single deity that this faction has that I know of, but also these 6 objects of worship. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I have to retire the fort again to find out. Which we'll do. So I think kind of my current plan is this fort, because of how isolated it is, even though that wasn't intentional, I think this fort is going to become an outpost spawn point for a bunch of other little forts. And I think we're going to try and get some forts kind of around this area as part of this faction. And I'm going to run adventurers back and forth and build little constructions with the adventurers. Because adventurers can do that. They can build things. And I've never really messed with those mechanics much. So I think we're going to use this fort as kind of a learning fort for me to get better at adventure mode. So this will just kind of be our Titan slaying home base. So we've got work to do until we get up to the population I want it to be at. And we've got more Forgotten Beasts that we got to kill. But I think that's the plan for this fort. How does that sound, chat? That sound good to you? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking we're going to be doing with this fort for the next while. You go there, you go there, you go there, and you go there. Also... Also, considering we've had vampires and plenty of Forgotten Beasts, or up Forgotten Beast and a Titan today, I have a feeling that this fort's not going to be boring. Oh, probably not a bad idea, actually. That was, oh. You just killed 2 Kias. Those don't count. Diamond Destruct only killed 2 Kias. I just kind of have this feeling I'm going to find out that this dwarf is just, like, part of some weird cult. But yeah, we'll have to do that. Oh, we need more coal. Okay, we got plenty of stuff around currently. Can a vampire gather a load of different beliefs during their long life? Yeah, but that dwarf's euphoric due to inebriation, so they're not a vampire. They just have objects of worship. So on one hand, yes, they can, but also that's not the situation here. So this is going to be underground farming as well as cloth storage, probably. But yes, vampires tend to have very weird descriptions. Like, a very common telltale sign of vampires, which I've actually caught them on immediately, is a dwarf that claims that they're, like, let's say 50 to 90 years old-ish, and they have white hair, meaning they are way older than they actually are claiming that they are. It's always a very obvious giveaway. But yeah, objects of worship could be a lot of things. Yeah, they're usually like titans, rocks. They couldn't be forgotten beasts, dragons, hydras. I don't think they can worship artifacts, can they? Because those should be objects of worship. But yeah, usually it's just like worshiping a ancient figure that lives in the world. I'll bet you I could make a temple to objects. Assuming, as long as you have one person who worships that thing, you can make a temple to them, so. I'm mad that that last meme that you posted in memes makes me smile, Krabicus, if you're here. I'm angry that that makes me smile. I'm upset with myself that I think that that one's funny. Hello, Datmiga. How thing? How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Learning that this fort is way more isolated than I realized it was, which makes me kind of sad. Literally everything is unreachable for us. But including my own faction, which begs the question as to how the fuck are they getting to me? But it's okay, because we're getting hit by a lot of titans, so there will still be excitement on this fort. Hey, all these beds are good. Let's see. How many people still need beds? Any name that's green in this screen still needs beds. Plenty of people still need beds, but we'll work on the other side. Aside from that, they're just chilling. Knocked on door and left? Hell yeah. We actually might need to do that for my dad's side of the family, because they are all currently unwell, unfortunately. Do I accept tips? Like video game tips or financial tips? Like if you're offering me advice on the video game, good luck finding something that I don't already know, and not generally. Yeah. You helped him move like 3 times in the last 8 years? Sounds like he owes you one. Still a good friend, though. Yes and no. In that order to the last statement. But, I mean, streaming is my full-time job, so find me a streamer who streams full-time who doesn't accept tips. But in response to, like, giving me tips about playing Dwarf Fortress, I probably already know everything that you would want to tell me, and if I didn't, I'd be shocked. But I don't generally like backseating, so. There we go. And in more beds. Yeah. I don't know, it's just a weird question to get asked, I suppose. Good to see that our human is happy enough. Even though they're missing an ear and a foot. Or a toe on their foot. This was one of our adventurers. Whose friends unfortunately didn't make it. Huh. Interesting. Well, you've found a couple of friends, and you're really good friends with the Captain of the Guard, which I think is interesting. Just a thing that you discovered the other day? What'd you discover the other day? Cancels eat reason in custody. Why is somebody in custody? Why? What did you do? Violation of production order. Was I told to make something? I certainly didn't sell goblets. Apparently we violated a production order. Whoops. Like how Dust managed to get mangled in the game. Yeah, I mean... seen some mighty strange things happen in this game. I mean, I would wait until you're feeling 100%, man. That's just me. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I've been doing that for years. Very useful mechanic. You feel about 90% now? I mean, you did kind of sleep for 36 hours. Or rather rest, maybe, for 36 hours? But yeah, if you're bringing that up because I was saying that this fort is isolated. By isolated, I mean, I'm going to go select I don't know, this fortress right here, this Dwarven fortress. Inaccessible mission location. Literally everything is inaccessible mission location. So it doesn't matter. I can't even demand tribute. Like, I'm assuming you weren't actually asleep for those 36 hours, because otherwise that would be, like, a concern. Yeah, no, we are, like, completely sealed off. I figured because it let me embark... Like, I've used DF Hack in the past to embark in places like this before where you can't get or receive anything. I didn't do that in this instance. Because I don't even have DF Hack installed. But it's still, you know, limiting what I can do. Which is fine, considering I was planning on... Which is fine, considering I was just planning on using this as, like, an adventure mode hub anyway. I was kind of disappointed that I can't get more traders. You know, I think that we're going to use this. Or rather, we're going to do this. I'm going to automate ore and gems. And we're going to build a bunch of prison cells in that. That's what we're going to do. Eat, shower, back in bed. Yep, sounds about right. We're just interrupted by Kia. Well, this checks out. They do that. At the very least, it's just Kias and not like the giant sparrows that are causing us problems. This is going to become my prison in here. Come on, man. Just stop canceling eat. Just accept your route to prison. There you go. You can now eat. Finish your eating. Just gonna station my military out here to hopefully obliterate some Kias. Hopefully. Man, this hunter does not want to be chained up. What are you doing? You're gonna go drink. All right. Calling COVID-19 Rona really bothers me because Rona's an outlet store here. So it's like you're struck with the Rona. It's like I think they had a sale last week. Sort of like that period of time where it's just kind of funny. It's sort of like that period of time where everybody was calling it the coronavirus, and then it's just like, all right, well, gotta pop a lime in that corona. It's kind of like the same sort of thing. But also, yeah, it is good to hear that you're feeling better. Get some bonus days off while you're at it too. You can play adventure mode as a wagon with mods. Well, I mean, a wagon is a living entity, so that doesn't actually surprise me. What sort of... Okay, so... Question. Can you pick up things as the wagon? Because I don't think a wagon has hands. Does a wagon get thirsty? Does a wagon get hungry? Does the wagon need to sleep? These are the questions that I'm trying to ask. Very important, as you can probably tell. Does the wagon need to sleep? You made wagons playable in adventure mode, except every time I spawn as one, it says, you have been scuttled. Then I drop dead and turn into a couple of logs. Okay. Wonderful. Excellent. Excellent. You have been scuttled. That's a line of text I've never seen in Dwarf. Just gonna go top off my coffee from a little bit in the kitchen. I'll be back in a moment. All right. Well, I've got this pesky hunter that really needs to be arrested for reasons that who knows. So I'm just going to go in here and remove all of your jobs. So hopefully you accept getting arrested a little better. That, or I could just expel you, which would actually make my life even easier, which is actually, you know, fuck it. We'll just do that. Sure. Take your spouse with you. Just get out of the fort. All right, problem solved. Can't arrest somebody? Just boot him out of the fort. Who cares? Make room. Used by justice. Make room. Used by justice. Those are ropes. Don't really want ropes. But also, just like Arjolan? I'm not trying to say that name. As, yeah, just like Expanse. Where's my Hammerlord stationed? Ah, killing Kias, looks like.
Many people ask me, Nikita.
What's up, Brian?
We will be. The blin.
I might go to that Viagra Boys concert. Although currently concerts are getting canceled left and right, so I'm pretty skittish about buying tickets in general. Anyway, hi. What's up, dude? How's things? Been a minute. Hope you're all right. I hope that 2021 has been aight so far. Since I'm throwing away hamster remains, I would like to remind everybody that hamsters are capable of drinking more alcohol than any other creature on Earth, and will happily drink, or for proportions to its body size, and will happily drink 1.5 liters of Everclear per day without any noticeable or concerning side effects. Just would like to remind everybody that. That's all. You want to see a wagon civilization game and really hope someone makes that a mod? Getting through doors would be difficult. They're the wide folk. But it's been okay. Yeah, no, I understand that feeling. I've been through that before. Where bands are just like, hey, guess what? We're not a band anymore. And you're like, no! I'm apparently seeing Holy Fuck on Friday. I'm just shocked that that show hasn't been canceled, which leads me to believe that nobody's bought tickets for that show. Which also the announcer did, or the opener for that show canceled, but the show's still happening. So allegedly I'm going to a 3.5-hour holy fuck set. Which really makes me wonder what exactly is happening to there. Yeah. What I'm talking to Ryan about real life stuff, yeah. Very briefly. Oh geez. The Copper Company now has many members in Umber Guild work. Or in Umber Bulwark, and they would like a Stoneworkers Guild. Stoneworkers Guild, eh? Alright. Where can I put a Stoneworkers Guild? Or where would I put a Stoneworkers Guild? Oh, the thing about hamsters drinking alcohol? Yeah, that's real. That is very much real. That's a real life thing. Hamsters, like, you could fill a hamster's water container up with vodka and they'll happily drink it. Instead of water, as a water alternative. Because they don't hibernate, but they do naturally store food for the winter. And because they store food for the winter, the food that they would store naturally, a lot of it rots. So they have to be able to eat fermented food. Yeah, but Florida is in a different part of the universe, so not really relevant to places that actually care about human safety. Like where I live. And Florida really doesn't, so. But no, concerts are happening constantly in Florida, and they are, and same with like massive races, like things with huge crowds of people, because they just don't care about health and safety. They just believe that ignoring something makes it go away, which sucks. Otherwise known as the U.S. Southeast. Yeah, absolutely. You mean all hamsters? I don't think a human could drink 1.5 liters of Everclear and be okay. Don't care where you're from. Russians included. Like, hamsters can drink pure ethanol. That was the part of that article that I was reading where I was like, Like, you can just give them cleaning alcohol, and they can drink that. That's rough. Aqua. Like, that sucks. I mean, we're talking just in normal circumstances. Oh, Lemuel the Stonecrafter is giving birth to a girl. Well, look at that. Yeah, but right now I'm in the process of selling a lot of tickets or not going to shows again because I just don't feel comfortable being outside currently. It really kind of doesn't matter how good the tour is. Not worth getting sick. And unfortunately, that's too much of what's going on right now. It's not worth getting sick. Rather go snowshoeing. And not get sick. All the way around with this. Bringing in doors. Something the size of your fist in the grocery is called sumo, like a giant mandarin? Huh. Never heard of that. Go in a circle. Big circle. There we go. Oop. Make all of these bedrooms. No. Anthony. No, I don't think that. I think Florida is just a place with very open legal system, so you get to see all of the stupid things that happen there. Stupid things happen everywhere. It's just they're allowed to report it in the news there. So, no, I don't think Florida man is an alien trying to integrate with society. You lived for years in Seattle, where everywhere in the West Coast tour at Seattle. Yep, because they go to Vancouver right after that, or right before that. Oh, fair. Fine. I mean, populations get pretty sparse if you're not in cities in the States. That makes sense. Is like it's the same with Canada. Like there's a lot of cities in Canada that never get any tours. Like not necessarily small cities either. Just because like they're far enough out of the way that nobody wants to go there. And they are far enough out of the way that not only does nobody want to go there, but also there isn't really enough people around there to make it worth the trip. We've got quite a lot of that. It's just more visible in some places. This is true. All right, so we need a leather stockpile. We need a cloth stockpile. And we need some farm plots. And we're running out of booze again. And here comes all of the cloth. That's the stuff that we need. I think we're gonna fill this room also up with weaving and leatherworks and clothers. Get that whole industry in there. When are they playing in Phoenix? Because the place they're playing here is like a nightclub that I've never been to that's allegedly got a capacity of 150. And since everything has to be at half capacity right now anyway, means it caps off at 75. And they're still selling tickets, which leads me to believe that they've sold none. Which makes me also wonder why they haven't canceled it. But also, if I get to go to a Holy Fuck show and me and my friend are the only people there, I'm going to be stoked. I'm going to be so excited if that's the case. Work on plump helmets. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. Down here, we're going to do cave wheat. Plump helmets. Cave wheat. And plump helmets. Here we're going to do pigtails. Plump helmets. Pigtails. Plump helmets. And then here we're going to do cave wheat. Plump helmets. Cave wheat. Plump helmets. And then, you know, I could do it on top of this building. All right, we're going to put windmills up here. This is going to be more than enough power. Oopsies. If you can get your friend to meet in Portland around the time your brother gets married, that would be fun. All right, you are going to place more slate. You are going to place more slate. So I'm going to need access to the upper attic of this area because we are building power up here. Although I could actually just use this upper floor as a windmill. Because I want to set up millstones. Because I think that would be kind of fun. Let's just get rid of that right there and build stair up one. Construct both of those. Deconstruct both of those. And deconstruct both of those. After they're done building this, we'll then go underneath this and deconstruct these. Or it's kind of messy. Uh-oh. Arash, the trader, has been possessed and taken by a mood. Not even sure what skills you have. Probably crafting, I would assume, is what you're going to go for, but we got ourselves an artifact. All right, claims a craft dwarf shop because they're our trader, or a trader. Meaning they have no fun skills. They go grab a boulder. Yeah, see, that's like a mandatory thing from the get-go here. You wouldn't even be allowed to operate a day here without requiring proof of vaccination. Grabbing leather. It's going to build an upstair. Of course, a downstair up there. Grabs cloth and leather. So nice dog leather and a nice boulder, dog leather, and rope reed cloth. Best of luck, Dwarf. Go make us something cool. All right, so now that we built that, we have to go right here. Guess a downstair. We gotta remove this, remove that. Into here, grab slate blocks, pull you in. Here, do the same thing. Yeah, I wouldn't be going to shows or even considering going to shows if venues were allowed to operate like that. That's, I mean, it's operating like that is catering to a very specific audience. But the funny thing about that audience is shrinking. People who aren't vaccinated, right? And then you also scare away people who are vaccinated because they just don't want to be around people like that. It's pathetic that it's the venues that have to enforce that. Genuinely pathetic. But it is nice that that's happening. Let's do this. Them slate blocks in. Also, Ryan, you played Destiny. How do you feel about Bungie getting bought by Sony? How do you feel about this? Or at least you've played Destiny. I don't know if you actively play Destiny, but... you'd be surprised, Aqua. You'd be surprised. Would you look at that? Oh, man. Yo, anybody want to spend a bunch of money on records right now? Oh, man. Because Moonduo just posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new LP represses. I don't have money to throw at records right now. Really fucking good psych rock band. All right. Arash, the trader, has created Bedmal Sokan Tekuth Vod, a nice mug, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cybrek webbed and oiled. Ugh. Stressing. This is a nice mug. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with dog leather and rope reed. On the item is an image of Yon Jade, the unwelcome ruler, the honey badger, bone throne in nice. That's actually the name of my honey badger throne? Huh. The unwelcome ruler. That's funny. Yeah, I think it's hilarious, actually. It's like, well, actually, that's not true. Because Bungie doesn't own Halo, and they haven't owned Halo since they parted ways with Microsoft. Today you learned about Moonduo? You've never heard of Moonduo? You've never heard me talk about Moonduo? How have you watched my stream for so long and never heard me talk about Moon Duo? I love Moon Duo. Moon Duo is fantastic. Dear Assembly. Whoop. But Microsoft does, in fact, own Crash Bandicoot. It's funny. Oops, well, I fucked that one up. I think we're missing the true linguistic gem in there, the Bone Throne. I mean, it's like just discount 40K at that point, right? I'm glad that you have renamed your futon, though. The thing that makes me sad, though, is like, there goes my entire hope of somebody making a new myth. Not that I had a lot of hope of somebody making a new myth, but... Speaking of myth, because Songs of Six developer mentioned it in the interview, I got a comment which was just like, Myth is not a strategy game. It's a tactics game. Aren't those both strategy games, though? Like, isn't a tactics game technically a strategy game? It's like saying, it's not a car game, it's a racing game. I guess I just don't get the distinction. Maybe I'm the uneducated fool here. It's just a different flavor of strategy. Exactly. I don't know if I'd trust... just like I don't trust somebody who owns a second toothbrush, I don't think I would trust somebody who owned a Bone Throne. If like, you named your lazy boy the Bone Throne, I don't think I'd sit on it. You want to have an argument over tactics versus strategy? Well, see, here's the thing, right? It's not really a real-time strategy game. So it's not an RTS. It is a tactics game, but... a tactics game is a form of strategy game. I'm not asking for an argument. I just it's like I said, it's like the difference between a racing game and a driving game. Yeah, one's just a chocolate fudgesicle and then the other one's chocolate ice cream. They're both chocolate. There really isn't an argument to be had. I just thought it was a funny comment. So I've never seen somebody say that about a tactics game before. Like, I would not argue with somebody if they said Commandos is a strategy game, but Commandos is a tactics franchise. So migrants have arrived. Really? I'm not supposed to get migrants. Or maybe it's... I see, they're bumping me up 90. Even the whole racing games aren't car games is going too far for you. Well, I mean, it depends on what you're... I guess F-Zero is technically a hovercraft game, not a car game. So if you were to call, like, F-Zero a car game, I would, like, squint at you. But... I don't know. I saw that and I laughed pretty hard. Because, like, normally I'm the genre asshole. Normally I'm the one, like, bitching about genres. But... I guess there's a first time for everything. Sometimes somebody ones me up. You're a future car game, Brian. Nah. Take these zoomies to the future with you. Sleep on that one. Wait, hold on. If that's a future car game, then what's Extreme E? Hmm. Kind of like did this in a very annoying method, but I don't know what that is, so I will smile and nod, Ryan. I know how we can do it. But in order to build that there, we have to deconstruct that floor piece. Put a gear assembly right here. Which is right there. We're going to construct some millstones and begin milling. Cancels construct building interrupted by a wolverine, which also appears to be bleeding. And the dwarf appears to have given up. Go kill that mutant superhero. Oh, never mind. It died. We didn't need to. It bled out. All right. Getting our windmills up and rolling. Yeah, I was looking at importing synthesizers from Japan a little while ago and then took one look at the import taxes on that and went, ah, nope, not happening. Because there are some really cheap synthesizers on Japanese auctions, but the problem is an importing. And you only had 10K saved up a few years ago? It's still expensive. Clother's shop. First thing I'm going to work on down here. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to make 3 looms. And 3 leather works. Then I can remove all those from the surface. Now I get to figure out or remind myself where... Oh, they're there. Capital M. Where the heck are millstones at? How to connect windmills? Windmill. Okay. They need a single open tile underneath them where you put a gear assembly. 1 Z level down. And then they're connected. And then obviously they need to be constructed. Right now they're not. So the whole thing's crashing to a halt, but... Windmills are one of those things where it's like it's weirdly annoying and finicky the first time you do it. But they're pretty straightforward. Hey woo hobo. How woo thing be? Yeet. But how's things, dude? What's up? Doing pretty good, just chilling. Yeah, good to hear. We fought with watched a forgotten beast get caught on fire after wrestling with a bunch of ogres, and then killed a giant beetle. Today's been pretty efficient. We're trying to get the fortress a little bit better set up, and once it's better set up, then this is going to become home base for adventurers, I think. One thing that I definitely do need before we let this place just become home base, though, is we need a lot. And I do mean a lot. Well, maybe not a lot, but we need rooms for guests, I think. You mean axles and gears? In regards to pipes and wires? The gears won't connect? How will they not connect? They just need to be next to each other. Well, New Fort and New World. We're still going to be playing Long Death, though. Long Death is just kind of shifting onto a slightly different schedule. In fact, I'm going to be playing some Long Death tonight in like 2 hours, probably. There we go. We build a lead millstone. Seems like an unhealthy thing to be grinding flour with, lead, but here we are. So you can drive your relatively affordable dream cars? No, I understand that. Makes it heavier in your stomach? I guess, yeah. I love lead fortified foods. Fortified with something. Sure. Are immune to lead poison? Same. I very much imagine that. Mill plants. Now I can make flour. Yay. What are you? Oh, right. Yeah, that's the beast hunter who lives here. Got a peregrine falcon flying around. It's kind of rad. But, so the way you connect horizontal axles to a gear is you just make sure that they're pointing in the right direction, really. I mean, like, gear assembly, horizontal axle, east-west, or you can swap it to north and south. So east-west would connect here, like this, and that would connect to that gear assembly. North-south would connect here, and that would connect in that direction to that gear assembly, assuming the gear is powered with something. If you hit Q, it says how much power it's producing versus how much it is needed to function. So assuming the total power is higher than power needed to function, it should just work. I don't know what else there really is to screw up. Like, the power system in Dwarf Fortress is excessively simple. So, I don't really know. Meant vertical? Okay, well then it's exactly the same. It's just one layer at a time. So, like, vertical axles, the way you do it is you'd start with a gear assembly on the first layer, right? And then you make a vertical axle, you place it, you place the next layer, 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 and then you put a gear on the top. It's exactly the same as flat, except vertical. The process is all the same. You need a gear assembly at each end. Unless you're trying to, like, connect flat, like, vertical with a gear assembly next to it. That's not going to do anything. You need one on the bottom and one on the top. You wanted to tar and feather the enemy. What would be your close enough way to achieve it? I don't know. Acquiring weird liquids is difficult in DF. Probably just dumping lava on them. But, I mean, are you trying to kill them? The enemy in this instance? Because if you're trying to kill them, yeah, just dump lava on them. I'm not very good at, like, pooling liquids, so I don't know. All right. Make 10 cloth robes and see what my human is wearing. Bulsan, the human clother. What are you wearing? So you need new socks. All right. Sock. Make 2 sets. Specify size. Oh, I know it's not fatal, but I couldn't. That's my closest suggestion. I mean, like, if you could figure out a way to make the dwarves put pus in a specific spot, I guess theoretically you could dump pus on them, but there is very little in the way of gatherable liquids, unless it's already like raining vomit or something. Your options are kind of limited. But they would probably die. Yeah, like, I can't really think of a way that you could do it without just killing them. If you're just trying to humiliate the enemy, that kind of doesn't work in Dwarf Fortress currently. Like, there really isn't a way to do that that actually will achieve the outcome that you're looking for. So, I don't know. So it would be purely theoretical. I don't know of a way to... Because, like, the thing is, when you have an enemy in Dwarf Fortress, if there's a hostile entity on the map, the only thing you can do with it is kill it, right? You could catch it in a cage trap, and you could imprison it. But outside of that, like, imprison it in a cage trap. But outside of that, the only other, like, way of interacting with the entity is killing it. So there really isn't anything that you can do to it that would humiliate it. Really? I mean, like, yeah, like that's really not a existing mechanic in the game, unfortunately. Torture is something that dwarves don't feel great about, and torture is something that Tarn Adams doesn't feel great about, so he doesn't really want... He's talked a couple times about not really wanting to add too many mean habits to the dwarves, per se. And I feel like tarring and feathering would kind of be considered that, no? No, you can't. You have to kill half of them. Or if in the case of elves, they have to run out of ammunition. So if elves run out of ammunition, they will cease attacking you. Any other group, you have to kill half of them. Tarn and Feather. Ha! How you doing, Navy? Those things. Do you understand the difference, though? I've owned Star Sector since it was not called Star Sector, but I've never really gotten into playing it. I just kind of bought it and forgot about it. But, like, you do understand the difference between Tarn Adams specifically designing a method of dwarves being able to tar and feather something and a player taking water and dumping it on something. One is, like, the outcome of having mechanics, and then the other one is a designed mechanic. I only know it from cartoons anyway. A lot of cartoons just make light of very serious topics. Does anybody here actually not own Stellaris? Because I figured Stellaris was one of those games that just everybody owns. I wonder if I can power millstones like this. I don't actually know. Let's find out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That good. I don't know. I think that, like, a lot of things involving torture are just kind of like blatant torture, like tarring and feathering. I don't really expect ever to see things like that officially supported. You know, I might do that with Vampire Survivors. I was actually thinking about that this morning. I'm like, I could just delete that from my account. It seems silly now, but you suspect tar is not comfortable? Okay, have you ever gotten, like, candle wax on your skin? Because, like, imagine that, but significantly denser and will probably rip your skin off when you peel it off. Most people who got tar and feathered didn't live to get the tar off. It's almost a guaranteed, like, you will die during this process. It's like a very, very, very long, drawn-out torture and eventual death. It is very unlikely that a person will survive tarring and feathering. The adhesives of today, they literally cooked it till it's pourable and dumped it on hot. They didn't really care too much if you died. But yeah, like, I remember reading about tarring and feathering because I saw it in a movie. Might have actually been that Huckleberry Finn movie with Elijah Wood. I think they tar and feather somebody in that movie. Anyway, I was pretty young. And I remember reading about tarring and feathering, and it's not something people generally survived. It's like, if you were sentenced to be tarred and feathered, you were most likely dead by the end of it. Well, it's fine. I think that, like, the morals of Dwarf Fortress is actually one of the reasons I'm so drawn to this game. It's like, really, the majority of, outside of, like, you know, Forgotten Beasts and other fantastical creatures, the majority of the violence surrounding, like, a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress is player created, not necessarily created by the creator of the game. And that's something that I really like about DF. It kind of makes you think about things more so than other games. Like, there's plenty of games that give you all kinds of options. Dwarf Fortress gives you all kinds of options, but it also, like, pushes you gently in the direction of being a good person. who are generally deemed good as dead. Yes, this is true. Humiliation is basically just a term for, we are going to kill you in a way that your family will definitely be scarred for life by. It's usually how those work. Oh, hey, you can power these side by side. Neat. Oh, we have a new mayor. They didn't like my interim mayor. Arath, the mayor, who's delighted after watching a performance. All right, well, time to swap out mayor's office. For it is no longer Tele, our interim mayor. Question is, what do you want in life, dwarf? Add your leather the color violet. Nothing specifically. Yeah, well, I don't necessarily believe that that is a positive thing. Like, yeah, I don't believe that that is a positive thing. There are many things that have driven me to dislike that game, Anthony. And I like it when a game provides options, but I don't particularly like it when a game provides options and doesn't punish the overwhelmingly shitty options. Just my take, though. Plenty of people disagree with that. And I do think that there is a pretty stark difference there. All right, sweet. So I've made that guild happy. Made them a Mason's Guild Hall because I kind of got distracted by working on farming stuff up here. But that's okay. Doing all right, Wes. Yourself? All right. Well, brewing plenty of drinks from plants. Might need to brew more drinks from fruits pretty soon. But got those little windmills up and running. This little area built. This rather large bedroom area. Plenty of dwarves still need to claim beds, but looks like most of my adults have beds, which is good. There's still plenty of free ones. Just like Dwarf Fort, Anthony, where if a dwarf has a family, they usually just like banish the whole family. Let's do a stone stockpile up here. Where they will use 3 wheelbarrows. Don't want to just infinitely make those because I hit the wrong button. Let's just make 10. So how do you guys travel up here if I can't go visit you? How in the heck do you guys get here? Strange. Wait, what game has a torture mod that a developer could do that for? Or are you just stating that? I guess I'm missing the part there. I mean, that's not a mod that's being referenced. Rith says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Also, any studio that removes a mod, unless it's like straight up just problematic racism or something to that effect, like any developer that takes down a mod for any reason is going to get shunned by everybody. And Rith says, I think I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I mean, you do realize that RimWorld just in its vanilla state lets you, like, cut people up and make them into furniture, right? Like, you don't need a mod to commit crimes against humanity in RimWorld. Like, maybe there's mods that make it worse, and there probably is, but I doubt they'd ever be taken down. And cannibalism's a given. Cannibalism is the least of RimWorld's concerns when it comes to horrible things you can do in that game. No, it's not called war crime. Like, there's no, like, war crimes simulator or anything. War crimes is literally just, like, a meme in RimWorld. Because, yay, let's go commit war crimes. That's the meme. And, the reason that meme exists is because you can, like, literally pretend to be Ed Gein. Who you can Google if you would like. That's a Wikipedia page to land on. And, you know, I do love a lot of the freedom that RimWorld gives. But I will be completely honest with you that the insufferability of large parts of that community really make me not want to play it. Like, the main reason I don't play RimWorld is because I'm just fucking burnt out. And a person can only play so much of a game before it stops being interesting, and RimWorld is past that point for me. So that's the main reason I don't play RimWorld these days. But, like, I do genuinely despise a lot of the jokes and memes that surround that game because of what the development team decided to do with it. Whereas something like Songs of Six could go in that direction as well. But from what I've seen with Songs of Six, at least in its current state, they are going in that direction, but it's a lot more thought out instead of just, yes, you can make people into a sofa, and you can eat people. It's like, yes, you can eat people, and yes, you can, like, genocide a whole species, but you'll have a riot and the other guys will revolt. So there's actually like stakes there that make it like a thought out decision instead of just it's a 30-day debuff, he'll be pissed for a bit, it's fine. Which is basically RimWorld. Also, Picture Point, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Yes, Ed Gein, the real Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A real one. Alright, what can we trade with ye? What am I not allowed to trade? Nothing. Cool. Nope. Don't have any prepared meals. Sell extra weapons. Let's sell some cruddy clothing. And all of the crafts. There we go. Perfect. Like to the point where non-Romans would try and get banished to get better treatment and then eventually can't be able to come back as full Romans? That's interesting. Imagine trying to get banished from your society to get better treatment. I don't know why, but, like, this reminds me of the anti-work subreddit. need to pour more coffee. Anyway, what have you been up to, Picture Point? It's been a couple weeks. Something productive, I hope. We're out of potato seeds. Oh no. We require more potato seeds. But yeah, I love games that give you options, but I also like games where certain options are punished or have equal positive/negative result. And Dwarf Fortress is a game where, even though there's a lot of things I wish you could do in Dwarf Fortress that you just can't right now, there is the basis in Dwarf Fortress for those features to exist and be well implemented based on this game's track record. So I would be much more curious and interested to see how Dwarf Fortress would handle a more advanced diplomacy system versus something like RimWorld, right? Got on set for a major pop star, and you've been working on your name a bunch, and you had your buddy visit you for a week. Remember the last time somebody visited me for a week? Actually, no, I can. That wasn't my friend. That was a friend of my ex who crashed with us for a week. That was a long week. That week sucked. Fuck that person. But geez, yeah. Hey, Darren, what's up? Oh, hell yeah. Sounds like work's been good. There we go. Pretty much all the trading we need to do. Mind the giant sponges in the water. Not just online friends. Yeah. Well, I have Kevin, so at least I got one. Slightly known strangers. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Internet friends, aka slightly known strangers. Okay, chat. So a couple of days ago, let's see if I can find this tweet. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna leave this pause for a second because I wanna show you guys this amazing slow burn into sorry we didn't mean it. I have to scroll back a little bit. Right before the lunar sale started? Where was this? I'm looking for something on Twitter real quick so that I can show you guys this amazing thing. It's happened before and we'll see it again. Maybe I'm too far back. Hold up. Ah, here it is. So, or rather, not on Twitter, but this'll do. So Team 17 announces environmentally friendly Worms NFTs. That was on the 31st. Okay, so yesterday. Today, we're announcing an end to the Meta Worms NFT project. We've listened to our teamsters and development partners and our games communities and concerns they've expressed, and have therefore taken the next just one whole day later. They completely, step away. Where you play as an Uber driver on Mars flying a rocket? Huh. So wait, hold on. God, what's the name of that game? Like Cloudpunk. You're an Uber driver in that game for parts of it. Sometimes you're a delivery driver. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out because that just happened. Newts, frogs, and toads. It's very much a facepalm moment for that. Being awake is nice, but after a while the body decides enough is enough, so zzz. Alrighty. Well, there will probably be some tributes sent to you after I'm done with these fort. Because I think we'll be playing this fort for another hour or so. I need lunch at some point. And then we'll do like 2 to 3 hours of long death. Which will just be rambles. Alright, we need to start digging down. Because we need to get down to this. Something just about all of this stuff being under lava that's just like that's deep. Like that's full on like lava cistern right there. I could channel that into here real safely. All right, so I think that this is going to be our reservoir right here. At least they listened to their community and scrapped the idea. I mean, it's one of those like I'm starting to think that a lot of people that are announcing NFT projects and then immediately like backpedaling them are announcing them and backpedaling them just so that their shareholders fuck off. It's just like, because if you look at the polls that have gone out to game developers, it's like nobody fucking likes those things. Like it's a very, very, very small micro group of people that really, really are heavily invested and then nobody else gives a shit. And I think that what it's turned into at this point is shareholders are like, you're leaving money on the table. You're leaving money on the table. You're leaving money on the table. And then eventually they say, fuck it. And then they announce a thing. And then immediately backpedal it because everybody just gets mad. I mean, the only studio right now that's actually like trying to insist that it's a good idea is Ubisoft. But then again, we know how smart Ubisoft is when it comes to, anything that's consumer friendly. So that doesn't exactly surprise me. But it's just it's just kind of funny. I guess like Konami made a bunch of money off of their NFTs, selling them at like $40,000 a pop. But like aside from that, like realistically, nobody's made anything. It's very much like Ubisoft wasted a shit ton of money on Ubisoft courts, and then they just go and complain in public spaces about it, and then everybody else is just like, who cares? Sorry, who's Atari? Vlog? I don't believe I've ever heard of this. What? Who? I don't think they make video games, do they? Well, I mean, not really relevant to the discussion. I think that they made like speaker hats a couple of years ago, right? Sorry, I know what you're talking about. I can't. I can't Atari. That's all I have to say about it. I can't fucking Atari, man. Problem is, should have looked right above this. Used to make video games? No, they didn't. Come on. They never did. You're making that up. Bullshit. You know what? Instead of like putting that pattern here, as cool as that pattern looks, I think we're actually going to move this. I found a better spot. Right here. Let's make a fun shape. This will be the reservoir. And this up here, one layer up, will be everything else. Will I upload clips of what? This fortress? I already have. Unless you're talking about something else, in which case, I don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have to be a little bit more descriptive than that. Let's also do this at the end, kind of round this off a little bit. Yeah, if you're asking if I will upload clips of this fortress to YouTube, yes. Almost everything that I do ends up on YouTube in some form. All right. That can be our room for forges. Question is, how the heck do we get down there? Let's do downstairs right there. Up downstairs, down to there. Upstairs right there. Oh, thanks. We'll take another peek when... I probably would have noticed eventually. But we'll take another peek to double check things once I get the pathway designated. There we go. They'll figure out. Way down eventually. Okay, what did I miss? Top right. Oh, I see. Assuming that's what you're talking about that I missed? Did I miss anything else? Anything cool happening? Forgot we watched a forgotten beast made of coke get caught on fire, which was pretty entertaining. You know, I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. It's like Oezo or something? How do you say your name? My knee-jerk response to that statement is to respond with, my name's not there. But, hi, how are you? Needs empty food storage item. That's fine. I can just cancel that job for a bit. Yeah, it's like one of the only, like there's like maybe there's like 2 or 3 people on YouTube actively uploading footage of that game, so pretty easy to find me if you start searching for Songs of Six related things. Hey, we got another mood. Fey mood, nonetheless. The fish cleaner. God knows what this dwarf's gonna want to do. Boring ass craft store shop. Game, could you please like possess an interesting dwarf that'll make me furniture or something? Dad jokes? I do that a lot. Oh, right. Yeah, because they're digging underneath water. Probably just dig through that, right? I would assume. It's fine. Just found it randomly. Fair enough. It's a fantastic game. Did you see the interview I did with the dev? I know there's like I have like 3 or 4 playthroughs of it now, but probably just on your screen because I see it here. Press Extra. So you grab 3 pieces of logs, man. Okay. Can be a wooden artifact through and through. Damn, that's a lot of lava. And we need to dig down into here. Section of cavern has collapsed. Uh-huh. That's interesting. Oh, because the tree burnt down. Did you just do what I think you did? Oh my god, it did. It punched, so it punched a hole in the magma sea for a second there. And water actually leaked down in there. That's kind of neat. But lava's slowly flowing out of that lava flow down here and into this lake. Songs of Six is less DF plus RimWorld. Is the game saving? It's just not responding. It's less Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld and more like the weird love child of Rome Total War and Pharaoh. There's very little Dwarf Fortress and very little RimWorld in that game. Yeah, from the visuals for sure, but the way that game plays is very dissimilar to Dwarf Fortress and very dissimilar to RimWorld. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I like the game too. With Magma Men? Well, that number one, that's assuming Magma Men show up. Ignore them probably, because they're generally pretty passive. Is Umber work. The fish cleaner has created a wood bracelet and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor English Canyon Parched. I'm in a canyon and there is no water and I'm very parched. It's worth 4,800 Zethal. Well, this thing is worthless. The Distant Luster. This is a date palm wood bracelet. All craftsdwarf is of the highest quality, if you insist. It is decorated with round lime wood and tea wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of date and palm wood. Man, I'm so sad. First Fey Mood artifact we get here, and it's just a wooden bracelet. Also, this dwarf is very vengeful. Wonder what you got in a fight with. Vengeful, 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 vengeful. Keep digging. But I'm gonna make some lead bars. Actually, no, I don't need to do that in this menu. I am going. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to fortify. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fortify a small spot. Another section of cavern has collapsed. Look at that. This is fun because like It's literally punching holes in the lava, in the magma sea, burning these trees down. This game's so hard for you to understand? Which part? There's a video on my YouTube channel called Understanding Dwarf Fortress's Visuals, which might help a bit. The game itself is actually very simple to understand. This is actually a really small map too, because it's only like 30 Z levels deep, but each of these is just a separate map. And if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see there's a little square, or over there, there's a little blue square, there's a blue line, and then there's a brown line, right? Now it's a yellow square. That is ground level, right? So that over there signifies where we are in relation to ground level. So now we're on ground level, and now we're above ground. Because it is a 3D game, it's not a 2D game, even though it takes place in a flat plane. Each layer that you see at a time, numbered up in the very top left, or the bottom as well, that is the Z level number that you're on. So think of it as each one is like a map from RimWorld, or each level is a layer of blocks from Minecraft. That kind of dispels a lot of the weirdness of the visuals of the game when you realize that, oh, you're flying through levels. Also, the weird blackness with the dots, that's undug out earth. So this is all dirt that hasn't been dug out yet on this level. And this is a little fort that I've dug out in the middle here. And we got some dwarves hanging out in there. In our little temple, we've got a guild hall down here for stone workers, and then a little tavern over here, which is very empty and very sad and needs to be expanded upon. This area here is a bunch of offices for my managers, and they are very full of boulders and need to be cleaned up a bit. Is this actually assigned to my current mayor? Yes, it is. Good. Yeah, I mean, it's not actually that crazy. And most of the learning curve with Dwarf Fortress is just learning like what your options are. But once you kind of know what your options are, the difficulty of this game becomes rather trivial. Keyword there is rather, like not entirely trivial, but rather trivial. I mean, also this biggest reason to get into this game. Oh, a migrant has arrived. We're now back at our maximum. One thing that makes like the active learning this game a lot less terrifying is it's free. So, I don't know. Keep that in mind, I suppose. It is free. Yeah, but if you're familiar with like RimWorld, as much as I have take issue with RimWorld, and a lot of mechanics in RimWorld, it's pretty similar in the minute-to-minute what needs to be done-ness of it. All right, so what's the best way to do this? It's actually maybe not as easy as I thought. Trying to think how I can do this without potentially setting a dwarf on fire. You know, just normal Dwarf Fortress things. Yeah, we'll think on it. Let's place some more doors. But yeah, I think that once the premium versions come out and people actually have to pay money for this game, sunk cost fallacy will make them spend the 4 hours or so that it takes to kind of learn the basics of what needs to be done, and then we'll be okay. But I think that there will also be a lot of people that still don't like the game even after that upgrade. Hey, the Ulm people are fighting with the cave blobs in the basement. The Ulm woman spearman attacks the cave blob, but it jumps away. It jumps away. So, chat, you know how earlier we were discussing whether or not a cave blob could jump? Clearly, cave blob can jump. You don't need to add the jump tag to a cave blob. Cave blob just jump. Well, that answers that question. Hell yeah. Cave blob can jump. Cave blob can, in fact, jump. Yeah, but also just kind of rereading your last comment. Dwarf Fortress is the last game that you should feel dumb while playing because 80%, like the vast majority of the stuff in Dwarf Fortress is the way it goes about completing those tasks is unique to Dwarf Fortress. There's an argument to be made that other people have found better ways to do similar things as Dwarf Fortress, but because Dwarf Fortress is kind of unique in the way it handles almost everything, it's what makes the game intriguing and fun. Yeah, but the problem is there's lava above that level, right? So putting it, like, just channeling it is not going to do much, but we'll do what we can. We will do what we can, as best we can do. I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do this. Going to make a ramp going up right there. Well, I'm going to be there for all eternity. Problem. I have to want to stare at it. Yeah, we'll build a ramp up. It's fine. I wonder, if I build it out of wood, do you think it'll burn? If a constructed wood ramp touches lava, does wood ramp burn? Because I don't actually know. So, asking for a friend if anybody happens to know. I mean, we could also always just science it. Ow. It's like my knee-jerk reaction is I think so too, but also don't know for certain. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Although, chat, I'm kind of hungry. I think I'm gonna go do lunch. Also, we're pretty quiet right now, which is fine. So I'm gonna let you guys follow. How about Yuma? I will be back in a couple of minutes. All of the fighting is just fighting with Kias, which is the natural archenemy of dwarves. If you're lurking in the chat, could I get a round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. I will be back in a couple of minutes. 10 minutes tops. And then we'll do roughly another 40 minutes to an hour of this fort, I think. And then we're going to, basically long enough to get this underground area finished. And then we're going to jump over to Long Death and do like a year or so of time in Long Death. And then maybe we'll do some evening stuff. There's a couple itch games I want to try, but outside of that, we'll probably call it at that point. You dug a hole and a dwarf fell in the other hole and tried killing a turkey and then crafted some barrels and forgot to cancel it, and now there's a barrel hole. That's great. Seems about right. Oh no, a section of cavern has collapsed. Anyway. BRB.
The number of the beast.
Thanks for the $6.66.
Sacrifice is
Fire
going
stupid.
on tonight.
Right as I get back. Trying really hard not to hiccup right now. And another thing has collapsed. Once again, well, I do think it's kind of neat that these are just like punching holes into the magma sea. Jack, could I get another round of beers for Fire Stupid chucking $6.66 at me? Here's mine. Helping pay streamers' bills 1 penny at a time. Or I guess in this instance, it's 666 pennies at a time. All right. Well, I guess what we'll do is this. We'll build a fortification right there. And then this is going to just become our forge. Should be fine, I think. Apparently they were unable to complete that table. Fix that. Also, hey, sure, so thanks for the lurks, by the way. Meditate on laws. I do like meditating on them laws. All right. I think it's time to work on another layer of outer walls. Although I don't actually have that many. Actually, no, screw it. Instead of working on the walls, let's do this. Let's put another layer of slate blocks right there. I've got a tickle in my throat. You beat dead cells for the like you won a run or you've 100%ed dead cells. Because saying that you beat dead cells means multiple things depending on who you say it to. But congrats. Not an easy game. It's a long game too. No small feat, as they say. Also, it appears that we have some stuck dwarves here, so I'm just going to deconstruct this real quick. It's fine, because I wanted to make it out of a nicer material anyway, so I don't exactly mind. Let's make it out of silver. Took you 30 hours of gameplay? Damn. It's a long time. That's a long time. Just says the guy who's played one fort in Dwarf Fortress for literally thousands of hours now. Yeah, I played a very short period of Dead Cells and pretty quickly decided it wasn't a game that I would like. It's a fine enough game, it's just not a game that I to play. Also, I was going to build a prison and then kind of never did. Because I queued up more chains and then never grabbed them. This is kind of a rough prison. It's just like an open room, bunch of chains in it. used by justice. Make room, used by justice. Make room, used by justice. Make room, used by justice. Make room. You're already used by justice. You're already, you too. And you. And you. And you. There we go. And now we have enough chains. Top right. Perfect. I just wish that this map had better materials on it, because it's unfortunately lacking in a lot of ways. It's unfortunately lacking. I am not, well, I'm using this tile set, but my colors haven't changed. Using the same color settings that I've used for quite some time. Probably just the materials I'm building with. It's actually kind of funny. Somebody commented recently that the color hues were very weird in a fort, and I was like, literally, it's just because this fort's built out of granite, whereas that one's built out of not granite. Colors vary pretty drastically depending on material. So they should go make us some more cloth. That'll then get spun down here. I also need to get rid of this seed stockpile because I have another one upstairs that I need to send people to. You find that if you put a tavern keeper in it, some of your doors drink themselves to death? Any way to address that other than not building a tavern? Don't have a tavern keeper. So the result is that I could actually tell you why that happens. Tavern keepers don't know when somebody's had enough. They also don't understand that people are asleep. Tavern keepers just know that if there is a person in tavern that doesn't have a drink, they need drink. The result, however, is if somebody falls asleep in your tavern, they will try and give them a drink, regardless of whether or not they are able to consume the drink, hold the drink, take the drink, accept the drink, or, you know, even drink the drink. So it could be, say, a human who's passed out in the tavern, unable to wake up, and they instead just get alcohol poured on their face until they drown. That is a thing that can happen. However, it can be worse than that. It is possible for, let's just say, a dwarf to fall asleep on the floor and then die of alcohol poisoning. So you really have to kind of be careful with those. Build a tavern. Your fortress will collapse if you don't build a tavern. But if you are running into that issue, which shouldn't happen too often, then just don't have a tavern keeper. What, is when to stop giving people alcohol? Complain to Toady about that, not me. I think it's kind of amazing, actually. It's very hard for a dwarf to die of alcohol poisoning. However, it's very easy for a human to die of alcohol poisoning in Dwarf Fort. Hamsters, on the other hand, can drink 1.5 liters of Everclear. So if you manage to have a Hamster Man fortress, I actually don't think that they're... I need to talk to Tarn about... next time I have Tarn on the channel, I need to bring up to him the fact that an actual real-life hamster can drink 1.5 liters of Everclear by itself per day and not have any issues. So... maybe we need to talk to him and make sure that hamster men can like drink like their 10 times their body size in alcohol an hour and be okay. You had like half a dozen dwarves die of alcohol poisoning. Yeah, just don't have a tavern keeper then. You don't need a tavern keeper. Literally, just don't have a tavern keeper. That'll fix your problem completely. It is that simple. Don't have a tavern keeper. I often have tavern keepers in my fort, and I never have that problem because my dwarves never fall asleep in the tavern. Basically, if you're in a fort where a dwarf could fall asleep in your tavern, don't have a tavern keeper because they will die of alcohol poisoning in their sleep. However, if everybody has a bedroom and everybody's assigned to a bedroom and you have guest bedrooms for potential guests that may hang out in your tavern, then you're pretty safe to do that. Because at that point, they're not going to fall asleep on the floor. Also, we have a Void Hunter, whatever that might be. Intelligent Undead, I suppose? Human Mercenary Void Hunter. It's a cool name. So yeah, if you want to roleplay it and you don't want people to die of alcohol poisoning, which is part of having a tavern, then make sure everybody has a bed so they don't fall asleep on the floor. You had a barracks and full of beds and individual bedrooms for everyone? Do you have guests? Because it's most likely to happen to guests. But, like, I don't know. I generally just have performers in my taverns because they don't have that problem. Also, if it's been a minute, that was one of the, like, AI tweaks that has been, like, define a minute. Like, are you saying, like, you last played the game 3 years ago, or are you saying, like, last week? Like, define a minute for me. Because it may also have been changed since. Because the last major update that the game got changed how a bunch of things work, including pathing and taverns and tavern keepers and their tendency to drown people. So it might even just be a null point issue at this point. Sometime past year. Most recent version? Because the last update that came out for this was February 21? Could be a version issue. Wouldn't shock me. Because, like, the last two patches both changed how AI works in taverns and how friendships work and all of that. And I haven't had a dwarf die of alcohol poisoning in I can't remember. And I had multiple. I think I had one instance of a dwarf in Long Death specifically, which is a version behind that may have been caused by alcohol poisoning. But that dwarf also had no legs. So their mobility was a little hampered. 47.05. Well, that is the most recent version. Oh. So I'm an idiot. Yeah, no, that is the most recent version. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have not had that issue. But then again, Dwarf Fortress is magical like that, where you can play it for a decade and not even notice something that's considered to be a really common bug. No. But yeah, my statement there is just either deal with it or don't have tavern keepers. Both are like legitimate options to go with. But at the end of the day, you do you. I cancel that center one. Nope. Okay. So they could build it from above. Hey, wait, what? I mean, just not having tavern keepers is the easiest fix for the problem, right? But I haven't in 47.05 and 47.04. I think the number of dwarves I've had die to tavern keepers is in the single digits. But it's supposed to be, it is supposed to only really be an issue. What? That dog just hanging out there, or is there a dog assigned to that? Nope, that dog is just hanging out next to that chain. Why did they put the dog in prison? I'm assuming they're just hanging out. They seem to just be hanging out. Wow, bizarre. I don't think so, no. Dating. Never looked up the alcohol percentages of any dwarven brews. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about that. I'm staring at the wiki right now. Yeah, it just has like beverage value. So I would assume that like beer is probably pretty low percent and wine is probably pretty high percent and meat is probably around wine. And I would also assume that rum and the other things that they can make are probably higher. Same with swamp whiskey, but it doesn't list the actual alcohol percentage of any of this stuff. Any type of drink is considered to be an alcoholic beverage as far as the game is concerned, regardless of material used. Thus, they make a creation of produces drinks. The fantasy process of drink does not count as... Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I've had beer that has a higher alcohol percentage than most wines. Last year, I had a stout that was 17%. So, like, you know, you can get some pretty bananas beers if you know where to look. Guess we have to do it this way. Because you decided to trap yourself in here. Do this with stairs instead. There you go. You're free. Poor dwarf. Nine is not that high for an imperial ale. Rasputin or whatever that thing is called, because I've had that stout before, is pretty mild in comparison to some things I've had. Actually, I think I know how I'm going to do this. I think I know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to channel that right there. So cut it down to here. And I can run through that door. And that door will lock it. Stop the lava from flowing in. Place a second door up here. Yeah, only Golden Drac, which is like the mainstay of everybody's high content beer, is only 10%. It's like 10.5, I think, right? The barley wine tag around? Depends on the brewing process, but yes. Yeah. I don't like a lot of barley wine. I've had quite a few barley wines, and a lot of them don't agree with me. Vertical bars is what I need. I just need to remind myself what the hotkey for that is. There they are. Capital G. Nope. I always forget that wall grates exist. Capital B. That's what it is. Those might just melt, though. It's actually kind of fine if it does. More just kind of curious to see if they will. Yeah, I didn't have that. This thing that I'm talking about, I didn't have in a bottle though. This was at, well, it was at Twin Sails Brewing. It was limited Christmas run of stouts that they did. They had one that was 14% and one that was 17%. The 14% one was a coconut stout, and the 17% one was a chocolate something. I don't know. It was tasty, whatever it was. Is there a difference in game depending on how long you generate the history? It depends on what kind of foes you end up fighting. Younger worlds have a lot more titans and dragons and giants and mythical creatures like that, whereas older worlds tend to be more zombie hordes and necromancy. So necromancer experiments and the like. So it really depends on the kind of foes you want to fight. Also, the older a world gets, the more god curses probably have been committed, meaning you'll get more were creatures, you'll get more vampires, you'll get more of that general sort of thing. The younger the world is, the less of that stuff you'll see. So it really just kind of depends on what kind of foes you want to attract or defend against. It's like, do you want like, do you want to be like a more of the beginning of civilization, or do you want there to be ruins everywhere? Because the older the world gets, the more of those ruins you'll get everywhere. I find that older worlds are often more interesting if you like to be kind of a warmonger, but if you just want to be a beast slayer, younger worlds are more. This is a pretty young world. We generated up to 150 years. But I'm going to probably, if I had to guess, spend around 5 years in this fort total in game time. Because I'm going to be jumping between adventurers a lot in this particular playthrough. But I'm kind of titling this playthrough on YouTube The Crimson Pulleys, which is the name of this faction. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff relating to this faction, which is a pretty small faction, which are very secluded in these mountains. So we're going to be expanding outwards. I kind of want to build a fort somewhere up close to this lake. I also want to build a fort down here. I would like to build a maybe a fort in this kind of vicinity. And I also want to play a bunch of adventurers running up and down this and building little constructions between this lake and over here to maybe make this area accessible, but I kind of doubt that we'll be able to make it accessible. Patchwork, what's up? It's good to see you. Also, if you find a werewolf in Dwarf Fortress, I don't know the exact math, but that's one of the rarest creatures you can find in the game. I've seen one werewolf in, like, probably 10,000 hours of gameplay. So, werewolf's pretty cool. It's more likely to be like a werelama or something. Patchwork, I hope you're doing well today. What's up, man? Big ass smoothie? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Speaking of Forgotten Beasts, the Forgotten Beast Keshfot has come. A gigantic hairy chameleon. It has a spiral shell and a bloated body. Beware its noxious secretions. And it seems to be kind of stuck on this lava island. The last one that was here caught on fire and burned to death. All right, runs up to the upper level. It's in the upper level now. I don't think it has a direct path into the fort. Should we give it one? I think we should. You bought a good blender? Yeah. Will it blend, though? What kind of blender? How's the thing? The thing do be aight? Thing be aight? Where the fuck's my fort? There it is. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Let's follow that chameleon. See where it goes. I don't see it. Oh, there's top right. It's chasing Crundles. Horribly murdering Crundles. Poor Crundles. It's a NutriBullet? Gotcha. Okay. Is it one of the ones that flips over? Or is it one of like the vertical, like a normal blender ones? You know what's kind of funny is I've been very deep in podcast advertising since like getting the Halcyon Frequency podcast up and rolling, and we're quite a not a huge ways away, but we're like far enough away that like we're not actively seeking advertisers at this exact moment because they'd be silly to throw money at a podcast that's so small. But like I've looked into it to like figure it out, and fucking NutriBullet sponsors a fuck ton of podcasts for some reason. It's like, oh my god, they have a lot of money. Yeah, I had a small NutriBullet once and I hated it. It was one of the ones that you flip over. It was great for the first 6 months, and then the seal started to wear away, and it would just like explode every 3 times you'd use it. Hell yeah. You're on the leaderboard. Good for you, Pi. You're number 3. All right, so this lower layer has been dug out, meaning I need to smooth it. Forgotten Beast is kicking the shit out of a Crundle. Then I do definitely need to kill that Forgotten Beast. I'm just kind of waiting for these guys to finish digging through this. All right, let's send squad number 1, squad number 2. Dig through this. And let's build cage trap. Cage trap. Maybe cage traps in front too. We can catch some cavern critters. All right, now we wait for my military to show up. There it is. Where's our chameleon? It is currently on the lower cavern layer, chasing what appears to be an elk bird. Now it's killing the elk bird. Okay, it killed the elk bird. Okay. Get up here, chameleon. Can I just tell them to kill you where you're at? I wonder. Nope, not a reachable target. Let's just hope that it smells us or something. Come on. You know you want to come up here. Look at you, big doof. No? Harry Chameleon don't want to come up? You don't wanna. It's also kind of far away over there. Well, all right, let's do this. You're craving high AVG, high ABV Belgian. Man, it's been too long since I've had a good Belgian triple. All right, where's this chameleon? Still very uninterested in the whole murdering of us. Monsters can't destroy walls, so wall is wall is wall is wall. Unless they're made of wood and the monster has fire, in which case then the monster can burn the wall. Otherwise, they have no way of accessing it. All right, we are now dug through. Where is our forgotten beast at? That's not true. Wood walls are very useful as a quick solution when you don't have other materials. Let's see if I can just tell them to go kill the thing. Go kill the thing. Oops, wrong button. Let's see, can you kill it? No valid reachable target. I need lava. It's all in my way. Kind of don't want to just like dig a hole straight through this, but I kind of have to. If I want to kill this thing. All right, let's just see what this thing does. Okay, it hasn't moved much. There's kind of this lava fall problem here. I think that they have hit a higher priority spot. Also, chat, we're a little lurky right now. Could I just get a round of beers just so that I don't have to stare at the silly statement about elves for too long? Appreciated. All right. That works too.
We can't have beers for no reason.
We usually have beers for no reason. Spoilers. Are they not capable of reaching this? I guess not. Just popping in. Well, hi. How are the dwarfs doing? Well, we've started a new fort. I'm trying to get to this bloody hairy chameleon that's up in the corner of this cavern layer that just went and disappeared. Can't see now. Where did you go? Oh. Yeah. Trying to get to this guy up here. But currently in a spot where I can't reach. These caverns are very flooded with lava. I didn't do it. But this is a kind of a new world for me to mess around in. I don't believe so. I would assume only its scales change color. Give the military a chance to go have a break briefly. This thing is going to immediately come flying at us the second I give it an opportunity. I think, like, once this dwarf gets to the top half of the zigzag, I'm going to station my military in the middle of this. But yeah, this is a new fort where we're not really dedicating much time to any particular fort. We're only going to stay in each fort for a couple of years. We're just going to try and build up as much as we can in the area. In this particular fort, we're kind of like the halfway point between my faction that's very isolated in the middle of a mountain range and other factions outside. So I'm trying to like slowly reach outside and maybe one day sort of acclimate my dwarves into society with other factions, but that's kind of what this fort is. But we're going to be doing a lot of adventure mode stuff in this world and a lot of like from fort to fort things in this world, so it should be pretty fun. But we're also doing long deaths, so I'm kind of juggling this. There's a plump helmet, man! That is not a very safe place, Mr. Plump Helmet Man. His exterior is purple. This Plump Helmet Man is currently climbing along the wall above lava. Yeah, but unlike a lot of people in the world, apparently, I care about playing this game in methods that are not just being a murder hobo. So, you know. I mean, I suppose if you just wanted to exterminate everybody else, but I mean, not to be mean, but like I, you know, have other goals in life aside from just like doing my best to replicate real life where all people want to do is kill each other. That's actually one of the reasons I like this game, is because there's other things that you can do. Other kind of adventures you can go on that don't necessarily need to be world domination or murdering everybody. I don't understand why this is such a strange concept to some people. Nobody is, but I read it 50,000 times a day. That's an exaggeration, but I think you get what I'm saying. It's just like the pointless analogs for racism with elves. It's like, well, the thing you're really doing is just making yourself sound racist when you're just shit-talking elves for no reason. Have some class is all I'm trying to say. Alright. Where are these dwarves at? Here comes my miner. Little son. That's a daring thing? It kind of is, yeah. Well, I mean, I'd also be running. There is kind of a monster murder chameleon very close by. Oy vey, this is going to take 10,000 years. Because every tile is going to cancel. It's fine. Also kind of tempted to just dig up and just flood this area. So we can, like, flood out the lava that's down here, but... Alright, let's do that. Do that. That. One piece at a time. I'd be getting pretty close to... Not even close. Could actually go back above this again. Great there. All right, that'll do. All right. Move my soldiers up. Forgotten Beast up there is just stinking up the place. All right, we're about to have a fight. Who's ready? Dwarves are kind of thirsty. Let's go. Can't actually see Forgotten Beast right now. Moving dwarves forward. All right. Looks like the depressed avenue's up front. So once again, it's a gigantic hairy chameleon with a spiral shell and a bloated body. Beware its noxious secretions. See blood on the ground. A Hammer Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung. Another Hammer Lord kicks it in the first toe. Hammer Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg. Another Hammer Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the toe. They seem to be on top of it. Yeah, looks like they are ripping it apart. But anyway, what have you been up to, if I can ask? Looks like the thing is dead. Yep. The thing is dead. I'm gonna quickly throw a butcher shop right here. Maybe we'll butcher it. There they go. Running home. You made a new code library that helps with building websites? Cool. Mission accomplished to the tavern? Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're all like... Well, actually, some of them are going to the tavern. Some of them are just going back to training. Anybody constructing that building? You're constructing a door? Might be you, actually. Go kill that cave crocodile. A dwarf kind of fighting with this cave crocodile over here. Who is you? Lorbam? Fighting with this crocodile? Come on, man, you got this. I got the faiths in you. Okay. You also got some more plants? Hell yeah. Orchids are wonderful. Let's see, is anybody coming to butcher a corpse? Cite poetry. Quite a bit of dumping items. Prepare raw fish. There you go. Studier coming to butcher an animal, aka little old son. You assume that dwarves are cavemen. Dwarves, so you know how humans can eat meat and vegetables, but we can survive as both, right? Like we can survive being vegetarian, but we can also survive eating primarily meats and proteins with a small diet of veggies. Dwarves are similar to that, except with caves and outdoors. Dwarves that live above ground are totally fine. Dwarves that live underground are totally fine. You can also do a combination of the two, within reason. But I think you are confusing dwarves with gnomes in Dwarf Fortress, because gnomes in Dwarf Fortress are permanently underground nightmare creatures that you never see that, like, occasionally show up in adventure mode. Whereas dwarves are kind of above ground, underground people. There's a reason why they build above ground fortresses, and partially above ground, partially below ground fortresses instead of just, underground caves. They are not cave creatures. They are miners. And also, all dwarves like working outdoors, but only grumble mildly at shitty weather, which is very common for dwarves. However, if a dwarf only works underground, they will eventually start to get annoyed with the bright sunlight. I mean, like, think about it this way, right? This is all underground, but this is all above ground. Here. The majority of my fort is actually operating above ground. Which is kind of the most of the fun of it, in my opinion. Is the fact that you can operate entirely on one layer above ground if you wanted. Which I think is real fun. At least I find those mechanics very fun. Gives you a lot of freedom in how you build. Like, this is a tower right here. You do also need to realize how time works in Fortress mode. A day lasts for about 30 seconds in Fortress mode, assuming you're running at top frame rate. So if a dwarf is complaining about being out in the rain, look at what they're doing for their job. They may have been out in the rain for like 6 weeks. And it may have not stopped raining during that entire period of time. Kind of makes sense when you think about it in that context as to why dwarves would get annoyed after being in the rain for so long. I mean, I wouldn't want to know what my feet would look like if I had to work outside in the rain for 6 weeks. Sleeping outside in the rain for 6 weeks. Assuming I had feet at that point. Orchids are beautiful, so delicate. Yeah, that's awesome. Really hope that the orchid mates. It looks like it shows some sign of rot around it because of the base. Yeah, I've been trying to keep these little spider plants alive that I keep stealing from my mom's spider plants, because my mom has some spider plants, and I keep on grabbing them. Oh shit! Cave blood goop. Cave blob fluid. Now I want to try like taming a bunch of cave blobs and keeping them above ground and see if I could fill up a moat with cave blob fluid. Anyway. Being in the rain for 6 weeks would make you seriously unhappy. Yep. Your spider plant just seems to vibe. My apartment gets really dark in the winter at times. I don't think they've had enough sun, so they're quite sad. They've still got little leaves and little sprouts, but they're just a lot browner than they were previously. Like, I've had to move the majority of my houseplants over to the stove. Also, Patchwork, if you're still lurking. Yep, that's the unit that... Yeah, I think I can confirm that is the unit that they're trying to sell on podcasts. Also, spring has arrived on the calendar. So we're in the 4th year, my time in this world. Nothing to catch in the southern swamps. Then don't go to the southern swamps, you stupids. Plenty of mussels and things elsewhere. ASCII this time with Shizzle clean text for some clarity. Gotcha. A whole new adventure awaits. Hell yeah, man. Do you have any particular goals? Yeah, I think tomorrow, we will retire this fortress again. Or maybe I'll retire this fortress at the end of the play session tonight. And we can do some more adventuring tomorrow. Bring some more adventurers in. And do that sort of thing. Prepare up a little crew of adventurers to move on to a new fort in this world. That might be what we do tomorrow. In this fort. The thing is, I need to make sure all Forgotten Beasts and whatnot are all dead before we leave each area. So if I don't do that, they may or may not be on the surface when we pop back. Catapults and ballistas? Catapults aren't quite worth learning. But, yeah, fair enough. Catapults kind of suck, spoilers. Let's hack down some of these. What kind of... This is diorite? Oh, that'll all melt. That's fine. Oh, absolutely. I mean, messing with... There's certainly something to mess with, but they're also very easy. You just need catapult parts, and then you just build the catapult, and then you just set it to fire, and a dwarf will go find a boulder, and they will fire that catapult. So, yeah, the catapults are not a difficult one. Ballistas are a little bit trickier, because actually, like, making ballista parts requires some specific stuff, but... Yeah, I don't think I'll be finishing this today, which is fine. We can do this on another trip. Hansel's fell tree interrupted by a troll. Well, we've already killed 2 serpent people. Let's just station my military down here real quick, because there's a bunch of serpent people right there. Apparently there's a troll running around. I'm not seeing. Oh, I see the troll. The troll's already dead. Looks like the serpent people... Yeah, the serpent people killed the troll. Unfortunately, they're hostile, so I can't make friends with the serpent people. So, there's a goblin who's visiting, named Strodno Weisstouch, who is, I guess, a religious figure where they come from, because they have the title The Sacred Beauty. Her hair is extremely long, and she has very high cheekbones. Her somewhat long nose is hooked, and her nose bridge is convex. Her somewhat short ears are somewhat splayed out, and her red eyes are sunken. Her hair is carmine, and her skin is dark green. Well, face a mother could love, I suppose. That's a lot of serpent people. Well, I guess it's time for us to exterminate. Actually, let's see. Will they exterminate? Oh my gosh, they're actually like neutral. Holy shit. Like, apparently they're hostile. But my military seems uninterested in fighting with them. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Normally, military just, like, murder on sight. Huh. That's kind of awesome. Well, I guess we just have friendly serpent people that live down here now? Because there's serpent people. Large white snake with the arms and torso of a man. These creatures are evil and live far underground. That's kind of amazing, I think, personally. Like, that's really cool that we're not just killing them immediately. I'm just so used to, like, that's how just dwarves roll. It's like, oh no, an animal person, stab it to death, which, you know, I can relate. But also, like, that, huh. I don't believe I've ever seen the dwarves just leave them alone, though. That's kind of cool. I was expecting, like, to have to deal with them in, like, a full-on invasion format, but... Interesting. Also, considering they, like, defended us from that, troll. Now, I'll bet you if we, like, abandon and re-embark on this fort, they're gonna be, like, fighting with us again. Kinda neat, though. Shoutouts to the snake folk, chat. Make 30 more lead pots. How much drink do we have? Quite a few. Cancel that job for right now. Let's see what general sentiment of these dwarves are. They don't seem to care too much about seeing the dead bodies. You want to practice some martial art, eh? Well, I mean, I guess you are the captain of the guard. How about people upstairs? Military seems pretty chill. They're kind of uneasy, but pretty chill outside of that. I got rained on. It's annoying. Yeah, we know that. Let's get these bodies removed. And everything from up here removed. Once all that's done, we'll just throw it all away. Now, speaking of throwing it all away... I think it's time to flood this. So, wish us luck, chat room. Or rather, wish the dwarf who gets to do this job luck. Because fuck, they're gonna need it. We are pouring some lava into our holding chamber, which is going to become our, Okay, you made it. Who was that? Shoutouts to Free, who managed to pull that off without dying. Let's seal that off on the top side. So now this is just gonna fill this whole area up down here. Slowly, but it's gonna fill it up. And that's how you make a lava reservoir. I just gave the camera a thumbs up, but the camera's off, so. There it goes. There's something about lava filling up an area that's just so goddamn satisfying.
God is dead, and we have killed him, Mia.
So you started to watch Ozark 1.5 seasons for two days and you can't stop. 1.5 seasons in 2 days? That's about what I did. Because I started watching Ozark when season 2 released, and I think I finished season 2 like the next day or something. It was like 2 days later, roughly. God damn, that's a good show. God damn. Cutest, you haven't by chance watched The Silent Sea, have you? Ruth has like won multiple awards for that role, and she fucking deserves it. I don't know the name of the actress because I'm a terrible person, but she's won several awards for that. Absolutely fantastic characters in that show. Absolutely fantastic. I don't know shit about fuck. But do you know fuck about shit? Right on. Cave spider. Oh no. Don't get bitten by a cave spider. Silly brewer. Hey, Lemond. Hey, hi, hello. I don't know. Fluffy. I do not know. I know that if there is ice between, if there's floor above the lava and there's ice above the, like on the floor above the lava, that ice will melt. But if there's lava, a wall, and then ice on the other side of the wall, that ice does not melt. So that's just my own personal experimenting. Outside of that, I couldn't tell you. Don't have time to watch something with subtitles. It does have a dub, which is fine, but the lips don't sync, obviously. Woo! The Forest Titan, Aten Nguiz Goslodugu, has come. How many? Okay, so that's what? 1, 2, 3 Forgotten Beasts today, and 2 Titans now has come. An enormous one-eyed python. Awesome. Awesome. It has 3 long spiral horns and an austere look about it. Its eye glows blue, and its mauve scales are small and close set. Beware its deadly spittle. Hell yeah. All right, well, I shall say the word of our people and stab him in the face, boys! Time to stab the super danger noodle. Or whack him with your hammers, boys. Here comes the Forest Titan. It's a giant serpent. This is like something from like Greek mythology. Like this is awesome. Whew. See that dodge? Flying birth Flying Aten birth twigs misty beam. The the translated name of this beast is Atten Birth Twigs, the Misty Beans. Is it still epic, Lamond? So, the flying Atten Birth Twigs, the Misty Beans Forest Titans extract misses the Hammerlord. It's even more epic. It's literally the Misty Beans. Don't misty those beans, laddies. Also, check. Can I get a round of beers for these dwarves about to go into war? A couple turns at a time. Who's hitting it first? Rory's hitting it first. Shoutouts to Rory, fantastic streamer. Dodges around the side. Rory bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Rory, the Hammerlord, screams, "I have a part in this! This might require an answer." How do you feel about this, Rory? I feel like a therapist. Terrified while in conflict, naturally, but vengeful while joining him in an existing conflict, and satisfied after mastering Hammer. Mastering Hammer. It's like Mastering Commander, but Hammer edition. A couple more stabs. You can see the spittle hitting the tree down there. The Forest Titan seems to have taken a few more hits because the Hammerlord kicks the Forest Titan in the teeth. Snakes don't have teeth. In the teeth with her right foot, but the attack glances away. A few more hits come in, while the rest of the dwarves apparently are missing the battle. The Forest Titan charges at the Hammerlord and collides with the Hammerlord, and the Hammerlord is knocked and tumbles backwards. The Forest Titan breathes a glob of Birth Twigs, the Misty Beans Forest Extract, and the flying Aton, the Misty Beans Forest Extract, misses the Hammerlord. And then the Forest Titan misses the Hammerlord. And then the Hammerlord bashes the Forest Titan in the tail with his silver warhammer. So, at what point does tail become body, and what point does body become tail? Anyway, the Hammerlord then punches the I keep trying to say Forgotten Beast, Forest Titan in the body with her right hand, bruising the muscle. The Forest Titan misses the Hammerlord. A few more turns. You can see the other piece flying off the screen. I'll wait until she fires again. Boom. The Hammerlord bashes the Forest Titan in the body with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung. You like your emotes, so have this instead. Those function perfectly. Also, I didn't know that Sour Kool-Aid Show, who cool dude by the way, I didn't realize that person had a beers emote. Hold on a second. I have a quest. All right. Can you just do me a favor and type in cool boo it? Please? Just put that emote in the chat again, Merc. Spittle flies away. It is now enraged. Hammerlord bashes the Forest Titan in the body with his silver warhammer and bruising the guts, and the militia commander bashes the Forest Titan in the head with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and fracturing the skull, and the Forest pulls the neck. The Forest Titan misses the Hammerlord. The Forest Titan charges at the Hammerlord, but the Hammerlord jumps away. The Hammerlord then punches the Forest Titan in the body with her right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. The Forest Titan has become enraged and misses. They seem to have dived on top. Militia Commander bashes the Forest Titan in the tail with his silver warhammer, pretending to play Monster Hunter. The Forest Titan seems to be actually doing rather well. Like, not dead yet. It's taken plenty of damages, but, like, not dead yet. Dodges out of the way, fires out more spittles, still enraged, is kind of sparring with Brana Pearl, who, of course, has killed a Yeti so far in Umber Bulwark. Not a very experienced fighter outside of that, but is very satisfied upon improving fighting, and she feels satisfied upon improving wrestling. Naturally, wrestling with Giant Snake will improve your fighting and wrestling. They keep on fighting, and the dwarves all pile on top and beat it. And I don't know what just happened, but somebody sent teeth flying everywhere. Shoutouts to the Hammerlord that bites the Forest Titan in the first horn, but the attack glances away. He bit it. Hammerlord scratches the Forest Titan. Teeth, who needs those? Snakes, apparently. The Forest Titan, the Hammerlord kicks the Forest Titan in the neck with his left foot, bruising the muscle and fracturing the upper spine's bone. And whose teeth are those? Okay, well, it is the Forest Titan's teeth. So somebody kicked its teeth out. Teeth go everywhere, and that's the fight. And I'm going to place a butcher shop right here so we can butcher it. Want some snake oil? And then we could sell it to the elves and be a snake oil salesman. Ha! This is the new fort, Wes. This is indeed the new fort. Long Death doesn't get this much action. You are currently having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance, and it is interesting. You do feel enjoyment after watching a performance, but you were annoyed after being caught in the rain, lonely after being away from, lonely after being, after a lack of decent meals for too long. Well, that's unfortunate. We should cook some meals. Meal, lavish. Let's do one hundo, and lead pot, 50. Man, there is not much of that corpse left. It is very, very mangled. They chopped it into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pieces. Oh, wait, no. Are those all teeth? Those are all teeth. Never mind. They didn't toss it into that many pieces. My God. Oh, well, that should definitely get demolished. You're curious what would have happened if Umber Bulwark wasn't as isolated as it was? What do you mean? What would have happened? Like, would we be getting invaded by things? I mean, we may have seen a goblin siege by this point. Or, like, a zombie siege. I mean, it's still pretty intense. Like, I'm actually kind of okay with this. Like, this kind of rapid pace of Forgotten Beasts. I mean, one of the... Ooh, little Osan is giving birth to a girl. Congrats, mummy. Yeah, no, I mean, this fort, I'm kind of okay with it just being, like, a non-stop, like, Titan fest. Just would like to remind everybody that we now have prepared Forest Titan Eye, which of course could be made into food. Also, like, expand my food stockpile down here. Everything except for seeds. Are we allowing seeds up there? No? There's seeds everywhere. We've got tons of dwarves. Just tell me what job you want, Pink. There's stonemason? Several. Boy or girl? What do you want? Unless you have no preference, in which case I can give you someone random. This one killed a goblin once before. New fort, new fun? Yep. We'll be swapping to Long Death, though, in a couple minutes, though. The one that's meditating on rebirth? That's a pretty common god. So Pink Fluffy Llama, well, your older sister's in the fort, who's my manager, Tail Grandmaster. Fun fact. You also have a niece, probably Tail Grandmasters, I would assume. And you do have a lover, but your lover isn't in this fort. You do have 2 cousins in the fort, however. And you have an apprentice who's in this fort, and you worship the normal pantheon of deities. You killed a goblin once before. Maybe that's why you're meditating rebirth. And you are currently euphoric due to inebriation, and you're satisfied upon remembering producing a masterwork. He is the son of Amos and Cog, and you are 56 years old, born on the 9th of Opal in the year 98. He is short. His short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is braided. His hair is clean-shaven, and his heliotrope eyes are round. His somewhat broad ears are tall, and his dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. His hair is black. You like native aluminum, copper, star sapphire, floating guts, leather, and horses for their strength. Dark chestnut, brutes for their horrifying features, and the sight of the Velvety Queen. And when possible, you prefer to consume sheep cheese, peach cider, and pig's milk. And you absolutely cannot stand blood gnats. I don't blame you, they're disgusting. Personally sees power over others as something to strive for, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Doesn't care about nature one way or another, and does not particularly value the truth. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. He acts with prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and to the harm of those around him. He is an optimist and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He doesn't mind a little... He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, there we go, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He has a calm demeanor and is quite ambitious and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has a sense of duty and tends to be passive in discussions. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And he is a hardened individual. That's your dwarf. And you're still meditating on rebirth. How's the lava cistern coming along? Horrible door. Look at that. Also, hi King. What's up? Are there games you look out for this year? That's a hard question. Not really. Dwarf Fortress, does that count? I don't know. That's a tough question. Because, like, I don't play a lot of popular stuff, and a lot of the less popular stuff that, like, I don't know. I'm excited about this game. But, like, nobody else cares about this game, so, you know. This is a non-violent roguelike, which is like a snake roguelike hybrid, which I'm super curious about, where you have to herd up the monsters from each floor and get down to the next floor before the, air quotes, player character or hero comes and kills them all. I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to 7-Day RL. A couple people from this chat actually might be participating in 7-Day RL. I'm looking out for whatever whatever Epion's working on next. I'm kind of keen to try out this, but this is from last year. I don't know. I like really most of. I don't know. I'm not the person to ask that question, I guess. There kind of really isn't much that I'm super heavily anticipating right now. I'll put it that way. Dungeons and Dragons Online, yeah. I mean, there's part of me that kind of wants to run a Ultima Online server, which will probably happen this year, but that's not a new game. I'm crossing my fingers, my toes, and my legs and my arms and going, please don't be shit stalker, please don't be shit stalker, please don't be shit stalker, but I'm expecting it to be shit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have this problem where like all of the the games that I play right now, I could probably just keep playing the games that I have kind of in my rotation and introduce nothing new for the next 2 years and be fine. So I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. And like I'm not the sort of person to really get excited about something like Starfield. Oh, Brigador Killers. This is a game I'm looking forward to, but it has no planned release date and it's TBD, so. They are the exact same game. The premium version of Dwarf Fortress is the exact same game that you are playing right now. A few small tweaks, but the same tweaks are going to be made to the classic version, which is the free version. And then classic and premium, the only difference is premium has pretty tile set and music. So it is literally a patch for the current game. It's not a complete own game. It's not a redevelop from the ground up. It's literally just a patch for the current game. And mouse control. But that'll be in Classic too. I own AI War 2. I played AI War 1 and I liked it, but I never really got it. I never played the sequel. I own it, but I've never played it. Current music is going? Do you have any idea how easy it would be to mod the music back in? Literally copy paste a file. So, I mean, yeah, that's all it is. It's a tile set, UI redesign, and music. It's literally just a patch to the current game. And anybody who tells you that it's a remaster or a remake or anything doesn't know what they're talking about and is talking out their ass, which is usually what ends up happening with that sort of thing. I'll be back in a sec. Gotta take a leak. Also, this is an assumption, but it is a fair assumption that Dwarf Fortress Classic will probably still have the old music. Although you'll also be able to play Dwarf Fortress Classic within the Steam version, so... Shrug. Classic will also have the new menus, because Tarn doesn't want us to support 2 different UIs, because that would slow down development in the long term, which is also why the new menus are very suspiciously square, because they need to be able to fit in an ASCII grid. I wonder if this is even going to fill. Initially, probably, but after the initial, like, because... So right now, to my knowledge, Tarn is only working on the premium version. He hasn't updated Classic, but he says that it's going to be very much a copy-paste job for a lot of that stuff, so that won't take too long, meaning there will be a period of time where Classic is a version behind the premium version, but that's what he's going to go work on after he's done bug fixing the premium version and the premium version is released, is go back and polish up Classic. So there will be a period of time where they're out of sync, but he's going to get them into sync. And then after that, it's just going to be a matter of updating them both simultaneously. So theoretically, shouldn't slow things down. But I mean, there will probably be some sinking issues there, but I wouldn't expect it to be made. But there will probably be a period of a couple of months, I would guess. A lot of people are speculating this year, but I really don't know anything illicit. Logically, it is entirely possible it could release this year. Because Legends mode looks done. Fortress mode looks pretty damn close to done. But this is just what they've shown. There's, of course, a lot of stuff they haven't shown us. Like, there's a ton of biomes we haven't seen. Like, they haven't shown us haunted biomes. They haven't shown us good biomes. They haven't shown us glaciers. We haven't seen, like, I know volcanoes weren't finalized for a while. There's, like, obviously we haven't seen hell or demons or any of that or any forgotten beasts. I know the artists were working on forgotten beasts and procedurally generated creatures for a good couple of months there. So I'm assuming that stuff's done, or at least, like, getting there. So, like, I mean, I don't really know. We just know that the one thing we haven't seen at all, period, is adventure mode, really. There's been, like, a couple of screenshots of adventure mode, but I assume he hasn't even started the UI for adventure mode, so. And adventure mode's quite a lot of UI. But because we have the UI logic down from Fortress mode, I would assume that some of that is usable vice versa. At least in the, like, I'm sure, like, it'll at the very least help with, like, workflow stuff and speed at which he can add new things to it. Yeah, I'm going to have to add another side onto this to fill this up, which is fine. But I think that Umber Bulwark has been exciting today. I think it's time that we switch over to some Long Death for the evening, because it's 3:30. Means we put a good amount of time into Umber Bulwark. Tomorrow when we play Umber Bulwark, we will probably split it up between adventurers, depending on how much I can get done. That, or we'll do another full day of Umber Bulwark, and then Thursday we'll split it up with adventurers. One of the two. It's time to launch a new version of the game. I don't actually have commands for the Crimson Pulleys world yet, but we're jumping over to Long Death now. What number is this? 187 on an undercover cop. You haven't watched any of those videos yet? I'm keeping a single fortress alive for 1,000 years. We have been playing that single fortress for a year and more than a couple of months now. We started it in August 2020, and it's still running. So Long Death is very much, like, as a theme for Long Death is very, very much just like longevity and keeping the fort alive. So we're on year 373. We start